IDB, OPEC, and Arab-funded projects of the ministry.
Good morning, Chair and members. Brenda Kasia, the Deputy Project Coordinator for the Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Project at the Ministry of Education and Sports.
Good morning. My name is Drichi Louis Ipia, Project Technical Manager from the IDB, OPEC, and Arab-funded projects, Ministry of Education and Sports.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Mukwa Kampala Mzambi. I'm Commissioner for Admissions, Scholarships and Student Affairs.
Good morning, Chair and members. I am Derek Namesi, Principal Economist with the Planning Department. I'm standing in for the Commissioner Education Planning.
Thank you, Chair. Chair and members, I'm Kedres Turiagenda. I'm the technical team leader for the sector of education and sports and serving as the permanent secretary. I'm grateful, Chair, that you've invited us.
Accounting Officer and your team, we want to welcome you to the Parliament of Uganda. This is your Parliament. We are here as the Public Accounts Committee to look through your audit report for the year ended 2024-25. We are here basically for issues of accountability. Accountability is both for office and the money that you do receive as the Ministry of Education. You are aware of your strategic importance to this country because you are in charge of human capital development. So we want to thank you and your entire team for the services that you render to our country in the line of education. Reminding you of your mandate that goes as to guide, coordinate, regulate, and promote the delivery of quality education and sports services to all persons in Uganda for national integration, development, and individual advancement. So we are here that you are responsible for executing a constitutional mandate under Objective 8 of the education objectives. That is 1, the state shall promote free and compulsory basic education. The state shall take appropriate measures to afford every citizen equal opportunity to attain the highest educational standard possible, and individuals, religious bodies, and other non-government institutions, organizations shall be free to fund and operate educational institutions if they comply with the general education policy. So we are here because you have an constitutional mandate to ensuring that Ugandans can have quality education in the country, and want to appreciate you for the milestones so far. Madam PS, you are aware education has several challenges, and one might think these should be addressed to the sectoral committees, but not. So you are going to have a few minutes to take us through what is in the education sector, the achievements, just a brief, and the challenges. Then we'll go to matters of audit. As you also take note, as you are aware, we have just taken children to school. Everyone is complaining about school fees, the school requirements. What are you doing as the Ministry of Education to ensuring that we can have affordable education? I had one of your team introduce themselves as an officer in charge of free primary education. We also want to learn from you whether we have free education in the primary sector, because I also would like to be a beneficiary, but I've looked for free schools in Uganda. I failed to find them. So you can also guide us on how we can access free primary education in this country. So some minutes to really give us an insight into the education sector of this country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members, and thank you so much for appreciating the work that we do. And you are right, Chair, because we touch everybody in this country. Allow me to share with you the written points, and the members could also be given copies. Honorable Chair and members, I wish first and foremost to thank you for inviting us to this meeting. Engagements of this nature enable us to improve our systems, strengthen accountability, and enhance service delivery. We do not take this opportunity for granted, so we are grateful. Honorable Chair, I'm accompanied by a big team, as have just been introduced to you, and I believe that our interactions will be fruitful. But before, I just want to update you, indeed, as you have requested, on some of the achievements since we last met. One, we successfully hosted the African Nation Championship CHAN Games, which, as you are aware, Chair and members, we co-host with Kenya and Tanzania. During the African Cup of Nations finals in Morocco, the mantle to organize AFCON 2027 was formally passed to Uganda and her co-hosts. Significant progress has been made in preparation, particularly on sports infrastructure, including Hoima Stadium Chair, Akibua Stadium, as well as several training facilities. We have also engaged the UPDF Engineering Brigade to undertake the design build works for the expansion of Mandela Stadium. These works, Chair, are expected to be completed in 12 months. Now, Chair, what the stadium we had for CHAN could only accommodate 38,000 people, and the minimum requirement for AFCON is 45. So that's why we have this extra work to do. The Uganda National Examinations Board released UCE results for the second cohort under the competence-based curriculum. A preliminary study conducted by UNEB indicates that both the learners and the teachers do appreciate the curriculum for being learner-centered, practical, and creativity-oriented. The A-level curriculum has been aligned to the revised lower secondary curriculum to ensure smooth transition. Additionally, the Ministry, through the National Curriculum Development Center, is in the process of revising the primary curriculum to align it with the competence-based approach. Thirdly, Chair, the Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Project, usually referred to as USEP, was restructured. Chair, when we were last here, we informed this committee that the project was ending in December 2025. But I wish to thank you, Chair, that gladly they were restructured and extended from December 31st, 2025 to 31st December 2028. So we got 2 years and a few months. The land titles, which had significantly hindered progress, have now been secured. Construction of new seed schools is ongoing, and expansion of schools will be implemented, especially in the refugee community areas, under what we call the community-driven development modality. The civil works in the 9 technical institutes that are funded under OPEC funds for international development have been completed. Procurement of ICT equipment has been finalized for those institutions, and the remaining activity relates to the procurement of furniture, which requires securing prerequisite counterpart funding from the government of Uganda, as we had signed up. We await full release of this money, and these institutions will be completely funded for work. The World Bank approved the ULearn project, which is expected to renovate 120 traditional schools on top of improving the early grade reading and other primary activities. Construction of the ministry headquarters at Chambogo is now at 60% completion. The works are expected to be finalized by October 2026. This will consolidate sector services under one roof and significantly reduce the expenditure on rent. Chair and members, all land belonging to Busoga University has been transferred to the government of Uganda. Civil works at the Iganga campus, which is the headquarters, are at practical completion. They are doing the final bits. The National Council for Higher Education has conducted an assessment visit to determine readiness. We await the official report. Chair, Dr. Henry Wamani donated 100 acres of land for the establishment of a public university in Busoga. Sorry, in Bunyoro, I beg your pardon, in Bunyoro. The transfer process to government is at its final stage. He handed over the title and everything, but now the transfer process is at the final stage. The university has already developed its master plan and the architectural designs, and internal access roads within the campus have also been opened. The TVET Act 2025 was assented on by the President and commenced on 15th March 2025. The Act introduces a major reform in the TVET subsector, establishing a three-arm system: a regulatory arm, which is done by the TVET Council, the assessment arm done by two boards, the UVTAB, Uganda Vocational Technical Assessment Board, and Uganda Health UHAPAB, Health Professional Assessment Board, and a training delivery arm, which is the TVETOM, that is under the Ministry of Education. The Ministry is currently developing regulations to operationalize the Act. The Ministry developed and launched the Strategic Plan 2025-26 to 29-30. Together with this, Madam Chair and members, we also launched our client charter, our delivery standards, which are aligned to the National Development Plan 4. Despite the achievements, Chair and members, a number of unplanned outputs were not fully achieved. Due to inadequate release of funds by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The Ministry continues to engage finance to secure enhanced budgetary allocation and timely release to ensure effective implementation of the sector priorities. Honorable Chair and members, our greatest challenge is fundamental, and it is the exponential growth of our population, which causes our targets to be elastic every year. But we hope that together with the three arms of government, we shall be able to realize that. So, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, we remain committed to strengthening governance, improving financial management, and delivering quality education and sports services to the people of Uganda. We stand ready to provide any clarifications to the committee as will be required. I say all these, Chair and members, for God and my country, I beg to submit.
Madam Accounting Officer, are you done? No, there are issues I raised that are outside. Yes.
The issue that
Then,
you raised,
as you do respond to those issues, allow me commend Dr. Henry Wamai, the one who donated the 100 acres to government of Uganda. We should appreciate such people. Then this comes to us as this comes back to us as government, because we are all government. For those who have really stolen public land, as the private sector donates to you, there are those who have specialized in stealing public land. And majorly when you go to most of your sectors, especially in local governments, school land has been sold. You have failed to acquire titles, you see. So this should be a lesson to all of us. If an individual can donate 100 acres of land, how I wish you can recommend this person for a medal. Because they give medals to people at times who are not worth them. Donating 100 acres of land is a sacrifice from an individual. So we commend, as the Public Accounts Committee of the 11th Parliament, we commend Dr. Henry Wamai for donating the 100 acres for the establishment of the public university in Bunyoro. We also take note of the achievements listed here under, and also take note of the under-budgeting of the education sector. Honorable colleagues, for the audits that we've so far handled, we have noted that the Ministry of Education is very underfunded. And one doubts how we can improve the human capital of this country when you cannot fund the Ministry of Education. And I will request that we shall give you a special invitation the time we shall interface with the PSST. Because human capital is one of the key sectors. And when it comes to the national budget, that is the program that is very funded. So we wonder why the Ministry of Education is very underfunded. So for this, Madam PS, we shall really take it up as a committee of accountability, and we shall ensure that PSST responds and gives us reasons as to why the Ministry of Education cannot be sufficiently funded. Honorable colleagues, do you have anything in response to the PS's submission? But as you do come in, there is a colleague who has joined us. Honorable Susan, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, colleagues, and our guests.
I'm Susan Mugabi, the woman member of parliament for Buvuma district and a member of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable. Anything to respond to the, yes, Honorable Angura?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, you raised the issues that I know the PS is going to respond to as part of your communication, but allow me just to re-echo that also. Schools have just started, parents are in tears, the disparity in the school fees is continuing to choke. These discussions have been coming in and out, in and out. For example, someone who has seen us here, I think because of the live coverage, has sent me a message of distress. He's telling me he has a kid going to senior 1 and I've requested for 3.5. He also has a kid going to senior 5. One big school has asked for 2 million. He has a kid in P6 and that one has asked for 1.8.
What of the one of nursery?
Yeah, now I think nursery is yet to notify me of that. So you can see the disparity. Senior 1, 3.5. This is a school within here. Senior 5, 2 million. So we really need to have a conversation on this such that we can see how to move and support our communities with their children to get good education. As well as some of us here are quiet, but we are really heavily burdened. Because when this person sends these instructions to you to raise that concern, he's indirectly telling you, prepare to support me. So you can see where that takes us. Now, to your communication, Madam PS, I want to thank you for your briefs. I just want to start from where you commenced, that is on the upgrade of the stadiums after hosting of CHAN. We want to appreciate and thank you for superintending together with your support entities in hosting CHAN, which went on successfully well. Now we are upgrading Mandela National Stadium. You've said the requirement for CAF is 45. Are you limiting the upgrade only to 45? We shall be moving tomorrow to say we are hosting World Cup and they say the requirement will be 60. Will you again upgrade? So let's know about that. And for Hoima and Akibwa, we took on these projects, but also their capacities are small. Why don't we be considering bigger capacities in relation with the demand and desire of the game, which is continuing to grow now and then. Then lastly, you've given a progress report here as far as the construction of secondary schools in our sub-counties as a requirement. Maybe you needed to give us an update on which ones are coming next, because some of us have been here and have raised these matters time and again. Personally, I have 5 sub-counties without any secondary school. I'm getting old in sitting here and also other committees, but I am not seeing this come. 5 sub-counties. So let's see how you are allocating these schools. I am talking on behalf of Tororo County and the South, to be very specific. Tororo County. When I talk about Tororo County, you are aware of our issues that we've been having that side. You might say Tororo has received. Tororo has received. But I'm talking of Tororo County. Literally, we're a district that is waiting to take off on its own. But in many circles, we are operating as a district on our own. Even when it came to the recently concluded part activities, Tororo County, we operate on our own as a party, as among others. So when we talk about that, I am speaking with pain that numbers of secondary schools on our side are not growing, and we are being challenged time and again. Finally, on the issue of Busoga, I don't know whether Busoga will also be like Tororo, because Tororo were being accused of not agreeing on the name as the districts are to come. There has also been some talk in the corridors that the Busoga University name is causing a bit of problem. Has that finally been harmonized? Do we have a name that we are proceeding with, or it is just a few people who are not agreeing on what we already know that we have Busoga University coming. Thank you.
Madam PS, on the response in regard to the sub-counties that do have primary and secondary schools, I beg that you pend that. As you'll be responding to the query that is raised, you will expound on that. But also take note of the adverts that you do run for the newly constructed seed schools. Honorable colleagues, there is something that is disappointing. For example, I have a school in my constituency, and I want to thank you. We have a sub-county called Mitete. It's one of the biggest sub-counties and most highly populated sub-county of Sembabule district, but it didn't have a single seed school. We want to thank you that we now have one, but it only stops at O level. So how I wish you fund us for A level. Number two, you have advertised. This school has been there for 1 year. You have advertised to recruit. Really, much as it's a public advert, but have the courtesy to consider those Ugandans who have been giving literally free service. It hurts those who have volunteered, and it's not for Sembabule alone, but for all the schools in the country where you've advertised. Have the human heart for those of your sisters and brothers who have volunteered for the 1 year. It will be a disappointment to totally bring a new team on board and you discard the qualified, if they are qualified and experienced, the dedicated cadres who have been, who started with the school from zero. So I kindly request Madam PS, please have that, that human heart to consider one of those. But as a stakeholder for that school in Kalububu, I will keenly follow up. We know the teachers who have been there, if they do qualify, and I know they must qualify, but at least have a reasonable number recruited for some of those positions. You can respond for the issues raised by members.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, members, for those additions. Thank you for guiding that regarding the sub-counties, with or without, we shall pick it up in the responses. The first one is about school fees. One of the commitments the Minister and First Lady tried to work on when she had just come was that overcharging, as was termed. She even set up a committee headed by Professor, this one retired from Bara University. They came up with a report. I think the report was subjected to different teams to discuss, and eventually, especially for the private schools, they said, but you have a liberalized economy, so how do you now? But it has not ended. It's something that is still on board, and we take note. We suffer the same. We also have children, and we earn very little. So you can imagine, we who are serving in the sector. We have not yet got the answer, but we know that it's something that we finally get an answer. The second one is that the free education, which we talked about. Was it last year? The other year. Cabinet approved the policy of free primary and secondary, and tasked ministry to do the budgeting. And we faithfully did that, to bring up the unit cost per school and so on. And then it was presented to Cabinet again, and Cabinet said, for now, the monies are not there. So it is a pending issue, but it's already in the minutes of Cabinet. It is an action that needs to be taken on. Stealing public land, Honorable Chair, is a reality that is hurting us most in the sector. However, Chair, members, you know that we now run a decentralized government, and each district is really a government at the local level. They even have a land committee, they have all these things. So, Honorable Chair, I think it would be important when you meet local government as the central government here, to really agree with them that they need to prevail over the local governments to preserve government land. Chair, that stealing of government land is the one that has caused USEP not to be completed. Because when we asked the local government, give us an encumbered 5 acres of land, they couldn't find it. The land that used to be for government at the parish level had all been taken. So that is how the foundation bodies came in and offered land, and then the back and forth of who now owns the land caused us a delay. So it's a live problem. We are struggling with it, but we hope through the arm of Parliament, we can get a push on government land and reevaluating it and really getting people vacate, and we have land for use as our population grows. The last one is about the infrastructure development. Yes, we are alive to the fact that we are exponentially growing in population, and the excitement that has come with gold medals through athletics and the money that sportsmen and women earn. However, it's again budget, because we had 3 stadia to get ready for this CHAN AFCON, and the budget that was there could give us a stadia of maximum 20,000 for Akibua and Hoima, and then now to expand Nambour at 45. However, the big plan of infrastructure development is to develop other stadia in other regions. And I think we'll keep pushing for what you have just mentioned, that we now get bigger stadia, which are more than 45, so that if we are given eventually, and we should bid for it, if we are given a World Cup, then we have stadia to run them. The next bid is for 31 for World Cup, and I think we are already thinking about it, because we are now going to have at least 3 stadia that we think can be looked at for all Africa Games. Yes. The O-level commissioner, it's something that you need to note, because all these seed schools were brought on board to provide the basic education. Chair and members, basic education extends from preschool up to O-level, up to age 16. So that was the first focus of government, that can we get everybody at least finish what we call basic education, which is O-level. But it's becoming a very big outcry in all those schools. Children finish O-level and they have nowhere to go. So it's something we are going to deliberate on and find a solution for. Volunteering teachers. Chair and members, this has been a very big outcry since last year, when we had the 91 U-Gift schools completed. Chair and members, we have 2 ways in which government takes up schools. The first one is grant aiding. Grant aiding is where a school is already existing. It's a formal school. It's either run by the community or an individual or by a religious group. It's licensed, it's registered, and many of them already have UNEB centers. They are actually schools, they are running. But for some reason, they discover they are not able to sustain it. So they come to government and say, can you take up this school? Now, if government now can afford capitation grant and staffing, then government takes up the school. That kind of school comes into the public as a government-aided school. For those ones, they give first priority, like the big policy of government, that when government takes over a facility, you give first priority to the sitting tenants. So for the grant aiding, we give the first opportunity to the sitting teachers, because they have already been in a school that is recognized, it's registered, it's everything. Now for seed school, honorable chair and members, the concept was that a seed school, government is saying this community has no school. So local government, help us to find land. And it's very clear in the requirements that it should be unencumbered land, meaning it should be really fresh land. So government does 3 things there. It goes and builds, it equips, and then staffs. And says the community, your seed is here, come and enjoy the fruits. But what has happened over the years, Madam Chair, we have, Honorable Chair, we have learned that when either the local community knows that a seed school is coming to be built there, then some form of school is also established around there, some near there. And indeed, they are doing a great job. They are helping these students to go to school, but it's not a school.
Madam, are you done?
I'm waiting for the chair to
So,
yeah, so chair, now for those ones which we call seed schools, we recruit. But for all teachers, whether they were in those schools or they were not, they have an opportunity to apply. So I'm hoping that the teachers who have been volunteering have applied. But for deputy and headship in the public service, that's a promotional job. So those have to be run at national level for people who have been at the level that can go into those positions. So Madam Chair, make sure that your people have applied in the teachers so that they come in, because if they have been there teaching and they have been doing a good job, they should be able to compete.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a rejoinder.
Briefly?
Yes, briefly. Madam Chair, where you've concluded from, if really we are happy supporting these cadre teachers who volunteered, we can do the recruitment at site. We can send them there and yes, such that they are sorted out there. But if you put them on the pool, many chances our teachers who are coming from up country become less competitive. You can put that into consideration. It may help us to see what we can do. Then even on the issue of school fees, it is a going concern. You're saying the reports are still being looked at here and there. I am happy that government has moved on to see how to rehabilitate the traditional schools. But if we put emphasis in supporting our government-aided schools to match the standard of the private schools, we can bring this down. That can also be an issue for you to look at. Then on the issue of building of schools, I know World Bank has supported us. We keep fighting with them to secure these resources. But I think we also run faster than we should be. We start processing these resources, receive them when we have not sorted out with the sites, which I think should help us. We should improve in the near future. We should first know that the sites are available, we have secured them well, we have titled them, transferred those titles in the names of government as we conclude with the funding. Otherwise, even what is going to come in the near future, we might find ourselves moving in circles, Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mudimi.
Just on the issue of Uganda Education Expansion Project, provision of 5 acres of land. You know, this country is small. We also come from area where it's basically populated. Like where I come from, Bugisu, in the mountains there, to get a block of 5 acres in one place, madam, it is impossible. So if the requirements may be to what's happening, there is a facility which they have not yet even taken off a school because of that. The area which is there is like 3 acres, but they want 5. Some other people are not willing to surrender areas to add on. So there is that pull and push. So maybe if there is a minimum requirement as a standard, not necessarily 5 acres, you can configure these buildings. You can put storage buildings which can take little space. You look at these cases as they come. But if you insist on 5 acres, I've seen we've lost a program in my place there because they can't get it. They can't get it. Maybe we need to have a win-win. Try to package it such that if the land is not 5 acres, if it's 3, can it fit there? You can construct a storage building. Yeah, go up and.
Honorable Susan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, sorry for coming late, but I was engaged somewhere. Chair, I've looked at the civil works progress at Soga University.
Kindly, we shall have that handled in the report.
Okay.
It's part of the report.
Chair, what about, I also want to talk about the technical institutes. These institutes, most of them, they are built at the sub-region level. Like, for instance, in sub-region, like it for us in Mabira Stretch, it's located in Kayonga. But when you look at some of the hard-to-reach areas, for instance, Buvuma, Kalangala, you know, these areas, they need to be considered separately. Because first of all, there are high rates of school dropouts in these areas, and there are also limited schools in these areas because, as the PS, you know, the statistics of the schools in Buvuma, primary, secondary, they are very few because we have around like 23 out of the 9 sub-counties, and we're having 4. We're having 3 and then 1 that is going to be constructed, a city school in the 9 sub-counties as secondary schools. So I don't know whether you're having considerations for such areas, especially the hard-to-reach areas like Buvuma. Do you have any plans to construct technical institutes in those areas?
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Kwang.
Thank you, Chairperson, members. I have had communication from the PS, which is key, and being a member also of the Education Committee, I see some of them are done. But I want to ask, you know, education itself determines the status of a country. And in this case, we are talking about the free education, primary and whatever. This is a situation where people are in need, but in need of education, but they are hampered because of the fees. And you are saying you are working. What will happen? What is immediate measure that is in place to ensure that our children are absorbed to get the basic education? You are talking about, for me, I have 10 sub-counties, but I have only 2 secondary schools. What is in place that or have you put in place a communication to all the districts to submit maybe the lands that are available for this with land titles, such that this idea which dragged the UC project not to be completed does not occur again? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, but that question is going to be addressed
maybe
as she does respond to the issues of all the sub-counties in the country without secondary and primary schools.
Yes.
So it's a general question, yes?
Yeah, maybe one thing I forgot is about the Karamoja universities. I am not seeing any achievements in this because we have Karamoja Peace and Technology University, which the President promised. I don't know why, if it is not part of us. And then we have the Gulu, whatever. Karamoja is lacking behind.
Okay. Thank you,
Honorable. What is there for us?
Honorable, thank you. Madam PS, kindly take note of those issues that have been raised. But also, I would request that you officially appreciate every Ugandan who has given free land to the Ministry of Education. Every Ugandan, starting with the school I've told you, Kalhu Busidi School. The 5 acres were donated by the Muslim community, and the person is called Sheitwa Chigonya. 5 acres free of charge, transferred the title. So such people must be appreciated officially. Receiving a letter from the ministry appreciating somebody, and some medal is enough. As you do celebrate your end of year parties, if such reports are given, I mean, have some medals for these people. I mean, it's some kind of motivation to those that have done good for the country. So I'll tell the leadership of Zimbabwe District Local Government to send you the details of these. So say that you can, not Zimbabwe alone, but in the whole country, if there is somebody who has given free land to the Ministry of Education, they should be recognized officially by the Ministry of Education. I want to thank you, but also take interest in the mushrooming schools in the country. Everyone who gets, who constructs poultry structures and the chicken business doesn't work, that turns into school. I'm telling you, I don't know whether you've observed that. The quality of education is seriously compromised because anyone can start a school anywhere. I don't know what the local governments are doing, the inspectors of schools, whoever gives the license. And for me, colleagues, I would suggest that we put serious, are they called penalties? Disciplinary measures, fines on the individuals. Madam Accounting Officer, for accountability, things are going to change. It's going to be person to holder. Because with government, people think they can do mistakes in the offices that they occupy, then it will be Auditor General versus the Minister of Education. That business has stopped. If it is the accounting officer who has relaxed on job, it will be you versus whoever's, has gone to court. So kindly pick interest on the rate of mushrooming schools. But you find a Mizigo Boys Quarters turned into a school. Even the location of these schools really. You find a school near a discotheque. You find a school near a very active market. So, when you look at the standard of the schools before some time and now, for you, what do you think about that? Even lastly, the government-aided schools and the money that we pay in these schools. What is the importance of aiding a school? You aid these traditional schools and we pay 3-4 million. What is the essence of aiding them? So we need these answers. Otherwise, education has become so expensive. So expensive and unaffordable to a common person. So, Madam Accounting Officer, kindly we request that the time the PSS2 will appear, we are going to fight so hard that you get a budget. But kindly also when it comes to the supervision of your officers, we had the inspectors of schools complain that they don't have fuel. And when they go to the schools, it is the head teachers that give fuel. So if I give you my fuel, then which kind of report do you expect? You go to inspect a school, it's a school to fund the visit. I don't know whether it's a tour, or it is a visit, or it's an inspection of the DHO. Of the DEO and the inspectors. So kindly pick interest on how the education sector is run because it's key to our country. Honorable Grania, for some of our colleagues who have come in a little late, they have been having business in our office. Kindly introduce yourselves and we proceed to matters of audit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm called Hope Grania Nakaziwe, woman member of Parliament from Mubende District, member of this committee.
Thank you, Honorable.
I'd like to interact with the Ministry of Education. I also have issues, but I'll bring them along as we move. Thank you.
Other colleagues who have just come in, Honorable Choma.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm called Choma Zavia, MP Ibanda North, and a member of this committee.
Madam Accounting Officer, we are moving straight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Silas Augon, MP Kumi Municipality, a member of this committee. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Section 2, report on the audit of compliance with the relevant regulatory frameworks. We observe that you have a role to play in the parish development model program implementation. But I've taken note that you didn't receive any money under parish development model. So briefly, can you tell us your contribution to the parish development model, aware that this is a transformational program, it's a magic bullet, it's a game changer to government. So can you tell us about what you do with the PDM? And in the event that you didn't receive the money, what happened? However, pay attention to 2.11. Your contribution to the social service implementation money. This is the author notes that there was non-implementation of the activities in the social services manual. That is the area of interest to this committee.
Chair, allow me to request the Principal Assistant Secretary, who is standing in for the Under Secretary. He had some issues that couldn't allow him to come, to take us through this section.
Thank you, Chair.
You can pull it closer, pull it.
Thank you, Chair and members. We had an interaction with the Auditor General with regard to issues concerning PDM and the Ministry's programs and budgets, and the alignment with the parish development model, but we remain constrained by underfunding. What we have done as a ministry is that the activities under the social services pillar have now been mainstreamed with public schools available in only 6,429 schools out of a 10 parishes out of a 10,716, and public secondary schools in 1,053 sub-counties. the ongoing construction under UGIFT and the USIP, registration of private schools, and distribution of instructional materials are expected to improve access, enrollment, and attendance, while learner welfare and protection is being strengthened through development of a school feeding policy, safety guidelines, menstrual health support, revised health and well-being education frameworks, and child protection measures in all the schools.
Yes, Honorable Mudimi.
Madam Chair, when you look at that pillar, social service, it talks about every parish in Uganda should have a primary school, government. It should have, the sub-county should have a secondary. So when you are mainstreaming, so we need to know how many parishes in the whole country which doesn't have. I've seen a number of them in my place. How many? Remember even mentioned 10 sub-counties with 2. And you know the area of Karamoja is vast. Find one secondary school here, another one almost closer to Masaka. How can one walk almost to Masaka to access education? We want to know exactly what.
And as you do explain, we want to appreciate the social services, that you are supposed to contribute to the parish development model. Briefly, tell the country which were these services. In brief, which were these services? Simplify for a common person to know which were these services. We need to know the contribution that you ought to have made to the PDM, because I think this is close to the 4th year. Is this the 4th year of the parish development model? So for all the 4 years with this pillar, you've not done anything. What is that we are supposed to do so that we can know where to begin from and how to help you? You can do a fundraising and people can do a donation for you so that you implement the PDM.
Madam Chair, when you look at that page 5, the key things that we are supposed to contribute to are actually delineated in those letters A to G. So what we've been trying to respond to is how are we contributing to increased enrollment?
Good.
So that's how we are picking at as how many schools now have, how many parishes have schools. Madam Chair, the issue of the commitments of government is a challenge, because when we were starting to look at a school per sub-county in 2015, we did a national assessment before the 2016 elections. We did an assessment, and by that time, 2015, we had only 365 sub-counties without, at that time, 2015. Now, between 2015 and now, through grant aiding and through the new schools, we have already brought on board more than 500 schools. However, between 2015 and now, because of the breakdown of the districts into new districts, and when a district is formed, new sub-counties emerge, and new parishes emerge. So the thing has just been elastic. For example, the latest I checked, we have more than 1,000 sub-counties in the current setting which have no secondary school. So the rate at which government gives us money to build is not catching up with the rate at which we have been creating new administrative units, and therefore the need to fit in. One of the debates we have, and Honorable Member just brought it up, is just not to look at a sub-county as per sub-county, but also other things that contribute to a school. If a sub-county has a population of 300 people, I'm being hypothetical, and that means that the children therein, no sub-county, in some areas, in some highly dispersed, some highly dispersed communities. It's hypothetical. It's hypothetical. So we are looking at, when we are looking at providing a sub-county and prioritizing for a secondary school, can we also look at the feeder primary schools? Because at the moment, our seed schools are day schools. So we are looking at, want to come up with a criteria, discuss it with government, so that the most affected communities can actually get schools. In some sub-counties, Chair, you build a school today with 8 classrooms. By the end of the year, they have 800 children. 800. I know one, which I know for sure. They started the school last year. Now they have, by end of last year, they had 650. I'm sure with S1 now, they have 800. So we are looking at all those to guide governments that on top of wanting per sub-county, can we also consider these facts? And what you talked about of the terrain and whatever are some of the things you are already written with us. We want to go and argue with government. Can we look at this? Because government had said we want everybody to access. When we build up, we spend kind of twice as much on one structure than when they are flat. You just have walls and a roof. So they had prioritized the flat. I think that's what informed government to say minimum 5 acres. But we are coming back to them and say there are some unique areas, and as she said, there are these islands who have children have to travel with these small little boats every morning. So we are putting all this together to go and ask government, can we have some areas designated truly now as, you know, hard to reach, which can be considered special? We have all these things on our hands, but we have not yet been able to get through, but partly because of financing, really.
The reason as to why I told you to give us details about some of these social activities that we are meant to do. I was so interested in item B of the page that you are reading. Provision of scholastic materials and nutritious midday meal. and adequate menstrual hygiene support for girls. So we need to know, how far have you gone? You know, PDM, you don't take PDM for granted. This is a very strategic program. So, Madam, in the education sector, I want to know, for the last 4 years, how far have you gone with providing meals, with providing, you know, sanitary towels to the girls? Progress. So, milk and eggs. So, how? And honey.
Chair, what we've so far done regarding meals is that we have now a draft school feeding policy. What will come out, what we have proposed, if it's accepted and can be funded, because it's about funding. It's about funding. So if it can be accepted and funding, we already have a draft school feeding policy. We have gone through all the rigors of policy development. Then menstrual health support. We also have a number of now initiatives, some of whom we are working with our NGOs. UNICEF has been helping us, but we have enough. We have guidelines. We have water provision. We've been working with Ministry of Water to at least access schools with water. So we are not sitting, Madam Chair.
I know you are not, but when one looks at a 4-year-old program, and if I ask, give yourself a percentage as far as performance is concerned. You are drafting guidelines. So at times we are over ambitious. How I wish you had told them that this is unachievable. If they can fail to give you the basics to the Ministry of Education, how can you allow to lie to Ugandans that we are going to provide us these things? Because, the program has been there for 4 years. So for me, I was about to come to you to bring, because I wasn't seeing the sanitary towels in Zimbabwe, we are not seeing the eggs, the milk. Then we were like, could be Uvuma gets, all Bushenyi gets. So literally dying, that we are all the same. So we should, all this comes to planning. We've been looking at strategic plans that don't align with our budgets. So we should avoid being over-ambitious. And when you over-promise to the community, you bring issues to the leaders here. You will go to the people, they will ask for the eggs. They will ask for the milk because the ministry promised. So, Madam, for us, we are anxiously waiting for the milk, the eggs, the sanitary towels in schools. Yes, Honorable Algon.
Maybe that ambition represents our vision.
2040.
Where we want to go. Because it remains like a prayer in those papers. And one day God will receive the prayers. So, we pray for the ministry.
Honorable Susan.
Chair, I just wanted to give information that even to make matters worse, again, the city schools, the head teachers tell the parents to provide them either maize flour Or the maize seeds and the beans for the schools, for the children to be able to have a meal at school.
Honorable, that is noted. So they are waiting for the policy. They are still.
Yes,
so,
Madam Chair, in the current law, the Education Law, the Education Act 2008, it leaves the role of feeding children to the parents.
Okay.
So those initiatives of the head teachers is because of what the law provides for. So until that changes, we don't really see ourselves being able to feed everyone for now. But we would want to encourage parents again, Madam Chair, really in Uganda, parents can feed their children. So we need to do a lot of campaigns with our parents as well to know that they can contribute something to feed their children for lunch.
For this they can do, but at times it also depends on the way we excite them.
No, but
Somebody, a head of state goes
Madam
on
Chair, you see, once parents know their responsibility, they can do it. But once you say free education, don't even. So here people they have given up in some communities, I can tell you. They have given up. Recently I was at home providing scholarship, buying books, pens, and the children themselves coming to me, asking, you buy for me a book, I've not gone to school. Really, the parents are just there.
They need to do sensitization, awareness.
I wanted through you to request the accounting officer to speak to this advice from the auditors, because the auditor says I advise the accounting officer on page 5. I advise the accounting officer to mainstream and integrate the social services pillar
in the ministry's budget.
Yeah, maybe you could say something. We've spoken generally, but
Honorable,
maybe you can.
she has, as she was submitting, she alluded to that. She said it. However, you know, for how I wish you had given us figures of how your budget has been for the previous, like, 5 years. As we are here, we want to get, let it be on record from your planner or whoever is in charge of your budget, to give us, an insight into how your budget has been for the previous 5 years and how you've been funded. Because they are telling you to integrate this. Yes, to some extent it can be done. But I mean, that calls for increment of the budget for the ministry. I mean, that's why as she was submitting, she spoke to it, that they have integrated. They have. But we are concerned, yes.
Integrating it, we want to see the difference. From where to where are we reaching now? There should be some kind of change before the integration and then after the integration. What the difference?
Practically, you might not
because
see.
Because we will show whether government is ready or not yet ready. Then we'll see a way of supporting government. Don't you think?
Well, the only thing we have to do is to call for, the ministry to adequately fund the education sector, as simple as that. We cannot do much, but I told her the moment we shall be interfacing with the PSST, we are in the process of approving the budget for 25-26. So could be something can be put for you as the Minister of Education.
Madam Chair,
we shall provide the fives for the last 5 years, what we budget for, what remains unfunded, what we eventually receive. That one we can submit.
You don't have to submit. You know, always be prepared. You have all those technical people here. As you do submit on some of these other matters, somebody can just go on his, this is for the budget just. The budget was this is what we received. Budget was this is what we received. That helps you to be on record. But when you say I will bring some of those figures, they are it's for whoever is responsible for that docket.
No, we
those
have
are things that
from planning can give us the figure by the end of the
Then
session.
we need you to be on record on how many UPE schools you have in all the parishes. We want you to be on record on that. Number of schools that you have, the parishes, such that you can see the disparity. So those figures are needed. We also need to know for the secondary education how many schools do we have per sub-county, so that we can know how many sub-counties are missing. We need to see the disparity between those that have and those that don't have. So we get the exact figures, and we need you to be on record on that matter. Honorable colleagues, can we...
Madam Chair.
Please, a moment, she has some answer for...
Chair, as of today,
yes,
we have a total, as she read, of 10,716 parishes, according to Ministry of Local Government. Of those, 7,201 have at least a public primary school in 7,201.
As you compute the percentage performance,
So
that is 70%.
that's about 70%. So leaving 3,550.
There you are doing something. Then we go to.
Then for the secondary schools, sub-counties including town councils, they are all together 2,190 as of now. Of those, only 1,282 have public schools. 1,282, slightly over 50, leaving 908 that are without. Yeah.
It's quite a good performance, but I would like to interest you in this. I also said it the other time when you appeared. Kindly take inventory of the schools that you have across the country, especially in primary. You find a government school that has 4 classroom blocks. Most of those structures are temporary. It has teachers. When we were inspecting schools at the beginning of the term, I found an head teacher who was seated with 4 pupils. Then when I asked her, where are the teachers? She said, but Honorable, I'm here with these 4. What do you expect of me? A population of 80. 80 pupils in the whole school. 80. But it has teachers, it has. So interest yourself in taking inventory. There are those schools that you don't need. We rather have a few, but quality. I want to ask you, Madam, can you take your child in some of these government schools? Is there any Ugandan who would have opted to pay in a private school when a government school is good? So let's think about the quality. Kindly take inventory. We have schools, there are schools that were opened up because of politics. Political schools. This one is near this, it's near this, it's near where? I mean, close your eyes and have those, because you know the Muslims will say we have not given. Eh? The traditional leaders will say we have not given. Abasamize will say we have not given. Then you end up having, she will tell you, she will get to the nomenclature. But kindly pick interests in the inventory. You have schools that, you know, once you close, consolidate. If I asked you, have you ever asked yourself the reason as to why UPE schools ask for money from parents? One of the reasons they will give, we don't have enough teachers. We have to pay teachers, so the parents have to contribute to this. For me, if I were you, I've interested myself, at least I would have interested myself in ensuring that that component of paying for teachers is cut off. Because that automatically means that whoever has been paying 40,000, if 20,000 was for a teacher, it goes to 20, meaning we'll bring many parents, other parents on board. There are those in the villages who cannot pay 40. It is little to some of us, but to a villager, it is some money. So kindly want to achieve the free, the so-called free. Look at the reasons as to why we don't have free education yet. We have UPE schools. One of those is paying for teachers that you've not recruited in some of your government schools. Honorable Mugeni.
Now it goes to her when she indicated that some parishes, I mean some sub-counties have 300 the population. Yeah, that's what is coming. So they have to look at the population versus the facility, not looking at the number of sub-counties and maybe geographical, areas, the areas where. But some of these, yeah, it is true, most of these sub-counties were created because of politics. Because someone wants to be a chairman every Sicily.
Chair, can I just...
Yeah, I really wanted to get into what the PS has talked about. She talked about the law, which talks about the responsibility of feeding children being in the hands of parents. This would be the ideal situation. But in some circumstances, like for example in Karamoja, some communities or some schools, when you go, you may have the money, but you have nothing to buy. There's nothing. So how do you expect a child who is given supper to stay up to supper and you expect the child to what? So I would request that your ministry should really get down to inspect what is very possible for some, because that is the reality. For us, when we say the parents can pay, they can feed. Yes, they can feed to maintain them alive, but not to read. So I would think that when you are doing this, send the people to the ground. Like in Karamoja, if you went there, you will not like what you are doing. So that's my request, that these laws are now, I think they were given that
They cannot apply to some areas.
They are not possible.
True.
Like you are talking about the schools. The children are in schools because, one, they are there to eat. and that's it. They go there to eat. Some of us went to school because you are seeing some food there. And that's why we went, for example. So, if you don't put the food there, then you will be doing a disservice to the children of Karamoja. Thank you very much.
Honorable Cyrus.
Madam Chair, when I look at the next query, 521, 522, and even 513, they look to be similar to what we have just been handling.
Honorable, let's move systematically. Is there anybody who wants to respond on this that we've been handling? Honorable Grania, something to say, or we proceed? We proceed. Thank you. We go to 2.2, procurement and disposal. On this of non-compliance to these reservation schemes, honorable colleagues, when you look at the reports from the Ministry of Education, these are lucky that to some extent they complied to the reservation scheme by UGX 491 million. Most of your colleagues didn't comply to the reservation scheme. So we commend you for that. It's a credit on the Ministry of Education because some of your colleagues were claiming they didn't have guidelines, not even a single one. So they were pretending. So we shall tell them to come to the Ministry and learn something. Implementation of unplanned procurements. After doing so good here, you move down and mess up the next story. You have a procurement worth 910 million that was unplanned. So, Madam Accounting Officer, this was procurement of 4 vehicles for the Education Management Information System. 910 million unplanned. Where did you get the money? Who gave you the permission to spend the money?
Thank you, Chair. Chair and members, we take note of this recommendation. We had previously planned for this procurement in the previous financial year. However, we could not conclude the process on time because it got lengthy. But, Chair, we wish to inform the committee that it was an error for us not to carry it. We carried it forward, but it was an error not to update our procurement plan for the year under review.
Was it just the procurement plan alone?
Yes, Chair.
It was an unplanned procurement.
Yes.
Now, if you did not plan for it in procurement, how did it end in the budget?
We had planned for it. We carried it from the previous financial year and brought it to the next the year under review. However, erroneously, we did not update our procurement plan.
No, let me ask.
Include it there.
Let me ask. In the previous financial year, had the procurement process been concluded?
No, it was not concluded. So that's why we carried it to the year under review.
Then that is something.
Why is there a worker plan?
Yeah, because no, that means the financial year ended. This is a new financial year. You automatically had to plan. So even talking about the story of last financial year, to us, it doesn't make, it can't fly. It can't fly because.
Madam Chair, when there is a law here expired of appropriation, section 16, you don't do it, everything expired. One of the people who doesn't expire of Public Finance and Management Act, CAP 171.
Honorable Chair and members, we do regret this error.
If we may ask, do you know what 910 million is? 910 million. For a Ugandan in Zimbabwe, that's a lot of money. So if one asked what is the total budget of your procurement plan to the extent of missing out 910 million? Because this is substantial. You cannot say that, Madam Chair, we apologize, we did not. But even you have a provision of revising your plan. Chair. So we take note of your apology, query sustained. But in future, these are things we should pay attention to. Because your procurement plan is not as huge as, you know, it is something small. I mean, how do you miss out an activity of 910 million?
Chair, we procured the cars.
No, it is not about procuring the cars. You must follow the set processes in planning, because your procurement plan feeds into the. I mean, it's part of the budget. Yes. So how do you have an item in the budget that is not in the procurement plan? That means you didn't have a plan to buy it in that financial year. So we take note of that. The query is sustained, and note that for future improvement.
Maybe. Thank you, Chair. Where did you get the money? The budget was not planned for. Where did you get the money from? And what did you suffocate? What did you forego?
And you know, what makes matters worse, when they speak about the EGPS as a system, these are the documents that they do use, and they will tell you if an item is not planned for in the GPS and not in the budget, it will not go through. So how did this, was this procured outside the EGPS? It was manually managed?
The planner may answer that.
Planner, you can pull your chair. We can sit together here. You fear the high table?
Thank you, Chair. This is to confirm that no activities were stifled as an implementation of this unplanned procurement. What happened was the ministry had a working arrangement with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics to conduct a baseline survey for a certain period, but this was suspended due to the cost attached to that activity. But the ministry had already disbursed this money to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics for that financial year. Now, when it came to the financial year in question, Uganda Bureau of Statistics refunded the money back to Ministry of Education during budget execution. So this was money which was refunded back by Uganda Bureau of Statistics. The ministry should have looked to update its work plan and also have a supplementary approved. So that is how we got to get this money and spent. So I wanted to confirm that no activity was stifled, but it was a reversal of funding from UBOS, which was initially intended for a baseline survey.
Madam so in such a circumstance,
Honorable,
how do you tell that you have achieved your primary targets? And can you take us through the accounts that we appreciate that now, if I'm looking for this information, despite the fact that it was not planned for, I can come across it.
As the accountants look at that, Chair, I just wanted to say that that UBOS activity commitment was part and parcel of the revamping of our EMIS system. So when the money was returned, it was now used to buy cars for the EMIS team, because there's a lot of work they have to do, what you've been referring to go to the field and do the assessments. So it remained under the same area of expenditure, but now having had money from another source. But I would ask the accounts now to guide us regarding where we can find the money.
What about the targets? Are they also for the accountant or for the planner? How do you ensure that actually these were targets and they were achieved or they were not achieved in that regard?
Something, Honorable Choma, they were have understood them. They diverted from the original intention. Because initially the money was taken to UBOS. Then they brought it back through a reversal. But instead of doing the intended thing of doing what? Baseline. You opted to buy cars. But yes, but the accountants have to be helpful because you know the rules. When you want to vary from this item to the other, even within that particular area, that is what you are supposed to do. Maybe you should have started with an apology, and then we move on.
She apologized.
If she apologized, then Madam Chair, I believe that we should now move on.
Honorable Silence, for us, we are not here for apologies. We are here for accountability. So
that is part of the accountability.
Apologies are not accountability. So we take note of the discrepancy as we normally tell colleagues that come to this committee. We believe in continuous improvement. Let us look at some of these mistakes and we ensure that they don't, surface the next financial year.
And Chair, you see, this is the Ministry of Education, and for us, we consider it to be a Ministry of Excellence. So now that you do this, what should we expect of other ministries? Surely.
A center of excellence as the Minister of Education, but kindly take note of that. With these unimplemented procurements, did they arise out of failure, budget cuts? What happened?
Thank you, Chair and members. The first one is the USIP, and that one has its own, I don't know whether you want us to go through it
It
now.
has its own report.
Yes.
No, leave it to Shalando as we do handle the project. Next.
Thank you, Chair. Instructional materials, this was not implemented because of the delayed construction of this. It is still under USIP, Chair.
Still under USIP. So
all
are these
these up to 10 are under USIP, and they have
let's
their own
handle them as we approach the report for the program.
Thank you.
These unacknowledged bids, what happened? Procurements worth 3.3 billion were conducted and no evidence of issuance of invitation letters to all the shortlisted bidders. So meaning you sat in office and made phone calls to some companies to come and bid, selectively to those that were so dear to you.
No,
so
Chair.
What happened exactly?
Chair, we in our procurement we're using the EGP, and all the invited bidders receive notifications through their registered emails. And this is how the system is designed, the EGP system. In the manual system, bidders used to acknowledge receipt of bids, which is not reflected under the EGP. The system is being re-engineered by finance, and we hope that this aspect of acknowledgement of receipt of bids is captured and addressed. We have been in touch with finance on this issue of the system. There are other areas that need improvement, and this is one of them, Chair.
We take note of the areas that have to be improved in the system, as we have observed from some other entities. But I want to ask, you want to tell us that the auditor was not competent enough to really drop this query arising out of your explanation? Because this looks as if the auditor was not competent enough to conceptualize your, and leave, you see? Whenever something comes to us as an audit query, that means that you have failed to reach an agreement between you and the auditor, a mutual agreement in regard to the evidence that you have provided in response to any query.
Chair,
so,
Chair and honorable members, as PS had indicated in her remarks, we appreciate these processes that help us improve. Maybe the auditors also thought that maybe this should come to a fore so that every stakeholder gets involved in enhancing and improving this system.
That is called creative answering. This side it turns to be being creative accounting. We are going to go to 3, report on performance evaluation, review of your overall performance on the strategic plan. We do take the performance in as far as the funding of the strategic plan seem to be, when you look at the plan versus the variation, 4.9 billion is quite substantial, but when you look at the budget, I think that is compared to your other colleagues.
Chair,
yes, Honorable.
What about 2.2.3.3 on page 15?
These are areas that have been cutting across the EGP system, and we shall have it handled by finance.
But this is outside the EGP.
Let's see. Oh, general observation within procurement. Inadequate staffing.
procurements done outside the EGP system. On page 15, Chair.
My page 15 begins with the strategic plan. I don't know whether I have something different. Are you using the response or the Auditor General's report? Let's move by the Auditor General's report. Because
but we can follow, Chair, we can follow the numbering. It is 2.2.3.3.
You wait, 2.2.
Yes.
Procurements done outside the EGDP, page
Correct.
13.
Correct, Chair.
Before we get there, let's get to the understaffing in procurement. Understaffing is 2.2.3.1. Out of the 11 staff provided for in the entity structure, the PDU has only 7, that is 64%, which implies staffing gap of 15%. The unit is operating with an insufficient number of qualified procurement officers relative to the workload. Accounting Officer?
Chair and members, thank you. We concluded the restructuring in December 2025, and through this, PDU has been the ministry adequate staffing structure for the PDU has put in place, and the ministry will request finance to post the additional staff to fill the vacant positions. The PDU is provided for in the budget of Finance Administration Department, which is already constrained. The ministry continues to engage Ministry of Finance for an enhanced budget so that the PDU
before you go into reading the history of what you are telling us, this is something administrative. Even, yes, it's good to read what you have, but we would have felt so good, because this is very practical. Is the number of 7 the one in the old structure?
Yes.
Do we have a new structure for procurement?
We do have
in the ministry.
Yes, we do have, because the whole ministry structure has staffing structure has been.
When was the structuring done?
In December 2025.
December 2025. Then how we are handling a report for the financial year 2024-25. Ending. So, I mean, it was outside. That's why I was saying you didn't need to read the literature. Madam Accounting Officer, this is off-head.
Chair, we really acknowledge, we agreed with the audit team that we were understaffed in that unit because it takes care of all procurements of the whole big entity. Yeah. But at the same time, we had already started on discussion with public service on the new structure. So what she's talking about is actually the incoming, not what was in the audit. But we agree that this was too low and they were struggling.
So do we agree that we are meant to have 11 staff?
How many do we have in the new structure, Milton?
No, we are don't tell us stories about. We are talking about the structure that is mentioned in the year 2024-25. Do you agree that this is the structure that is the auditor speaking to the new structure or the old structure? Because you cannot be assessed on. Can the auditor move to the new in anticipation? Actually, that is, we can't. It can't be. Auditor, can you clarify on that?
But Madam Chair, that's the response from the ministry.
No,
it's not the role of the audit. It's the ministry.
Honorable Chair, the reason as to why I wanted him to clarify, because they are also vague in their submission. They are not sure of what they're supposed to be having.
No, that's
colleagues, this other side. We are looking at the financial year 2024-25. So any story beyond.
We have to expand it.
Yes, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you very much, Chair. You rightly said that this is an audit. This is the audit report for 2024-2025. And during the audit, as per what is written here, the auditor identified that you should have had 11 staff, of which you have 7. So the issue of responding and saying you are restructuring is a different matter. The new structure does not apply for purposes of this audit. But also that takes me to my question, accounting officer. The issue here is that this unit is understaffed. And in responding, you are telling us of the restructuring. So restructuring does not answer the query because they should have had 11 staff, of which you had 7. So for me, restructuring is not the answer. The issue here should be that you are finding additional resources to ensure that you recruit the additional staff.
And that is not their problem, Honorable Sarah. For them, they have the money. But because they didn't speak about the budget constraints, they didn't in regard to wage, they are comfortable with that. But for me, I observe that...
Yeah, they mention it in their response, that the PDU is provided for in the budget of finance and administration department, which is already constrained. So they are continuing to engage the Ministry of Finance for an enhanced budget.
But, yes, Honorable Silas.
My request is for the Ministry to try and help us. In the financial year 2024-2025, you had those challenges of staffing the PDU. Is there any evidence that you can parade before this committee to show your efforts towards closing down the gap? That is what we need. If you wrote to the ministry, can you parade that evidence? If you did something,
you know, Honorable, there is something we've not agreed upon. There are 2 issues: old structure versus restructuring. Do we agree that with the old structure we are meant to have 11, all 11 is as per the new structure?
Exactly, Chair, you're spot on. That's what I also wanted to find out. In the audit in question, the auditor is telling us you are meant to have 11. Now, in the new restructuring, which PS has just talked about, how many do you want? How many do you want to achieve in the new restructuring in order to accommodate the weight of the ministry at large? Oh, it is 11 that you're pursuing now. That should have been pursued yesterday.
Yes, PS.
Can I request the head of PDU to answer this?
PDU, human resource. Okay. Is he the one who recruits himself? Okay, let's proceed. You can proceed.
Through UPS. Thank you, Chair. We don't recruit ourselves, but the facts on the ground is we are supposed to be 11. In the year under review, we lost staff, and we also notified Ministry of Finance. And indeed, they also accepted that we are advertising to help us occupy the positions. But it is true, we have a gap, and it is true, we tried to fill the gap, and I hope we shall fill the gap through this restructuring. I submit, Chair.
Accounting officer, the submission of the head PDU is not in any way connected. You know, the whole thing is, we agree that they are supposed to be 11. Do you have a wage bill for that? Why didn't you recruit? Because if somebody died and you've not yet replaced, that is understandable. And that's the evidence that you can give. But colleagues, we have a public outcry of unemployment. You have money, you are sitting on it. Is it because for you and your families, everyone is employed and you are not bothered? Whether some of these, and you know, if these accumulate in every entity, overall as a country, we are staffed at 40%. And then we pretend to Ugandans that we shall give quality services. These are the compromises that you will face. But, Madam PS, you must be aware that there are people out there who need these jobs in line to giving quality service to the people that you intend to serve. So for me, whenever I find a space that is not filled, I mean, you are doing a very big disservice to the country. So you have the wage bill, you cannot recruit.
Madam Chair, let me ask the Commissioner of Human Resource, but just to say, Madam Chair, that the wage we run is for teachers. So the wage of all these support groups are from the mother ministry.
Okay.
Like for PDU, that's why he was saying we wrote to Ministry of Finance. For Human Resource, we have to write to Ministry of Public Service. So, but let HR give the detail.
HR.
Thank you, Chair. Through my peers, the old structure provides for 7 staff under PDU. And we acknowledge, like the PS said, that structure is not adequate to deliver for the entire sector. So during the restructuring, the number of positions were increased, especially at procurement officer level, and then the support staff. So that brings the total number now of the current approved structure to 11. Now, what did we do with the 7? As I speak, I think there were only 2 vacancies at procurement officer level. And we wrote to Ministry of Finance. Recruitment for PDU is the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. They are the ones who deploy and transfer procurement officers. So we wrote to Ministry of Finance to have those positions filled sometime last year, and the recruitment was ongoing during the graduate recruitment exercise. So, but because we're also undergoing restructuring, we are now in the process of validating staff and then have all these positions filled. So under PDU, the only positions vacant, I think, are 2 under procurement officer.
You think all there are 2.
The others are...
You know, when you say I think, that looks as if you are not sure. We are speaking about numbers. It's as if you are doubting. If there are 2, say there are 2. But if you say I think, that shows that you are not sure of what. Yes, Honorable Chom.
I want to observe that the speeches and submissions will not help us to get over this query. Because you see from the head PDU says they are supposed to be 11. Head HR says 7. Now, I think let's analyze the query as it is. Okay, the structure that was audited was providing for 11. 11. Yes, as was audited, was providing for 11 staff. And there were only 7. We just take ourselves there, and I think the auditors could have made an error. Perhaps they could explain. It can't be 15, it is 36. The gap is 36, not 15. If those filled constitute 64%, the gaps is 36. And it is your interest, Madam Accounting Officer, because you see the PDU is responsible for the biggest proportion of your budget, because the biggest proportion of your budget goes to procurement, and it would be real of your own interest. Okay? So, Chair, for us, we are an accountability committee. When you say you've been engaging Ministry of Finance, you've been engaging Ministry of Public Service for recruitment, for us, we would be satisfied if by now you'd be saying, this is our letter that we wrote to Ministry of Public Service, this is the response, this is the letter to Ministry of Finance, this is how far we have gone, and out of our efforts, this is what we have achieved, we are still pursuing this. Then we really proceed. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair, PS, you look to be very uncoordinated in this area. It looks as if when these queries came to procurement had to answer everything. In future, whatever doesn't follow under you, consult the docket that is responsible. That is why my colleague, the PDU person who was coming in, was like, now, is that your docket? It wasn't. For you, it's not you recruit yourself. You leave the person in charge of, human resource to explain. You see, this is the reason as to why you come so many. So, in future, when you get an audit report, stick to the knitting. Don't go into issues of accounting if you're not an accountant. Don't pretend to be a lawyer when you're what? When you're an administrator. As simple as that. But
maybe it's also very important that whenever they have queries to answer, they all sit together. In that sitting, there will be lawyers and what just for purposes.
Honorable, we cannot go into the internal management of the organization that is theirs.
Just like you advise them.
No, we can't be that micro. Yeah. That is theirs. She will see whether they sit in Karamoja, whether they sit in Kampala. That is their business. For us, what we want, yeah, they can do it online. So that is, as long as we adequately get a report that is responsive. How you do it has none. The methodology is none. Is none of our business. We go to procurement done outside the EGP system. Those of 997 million. That is 2.233. A review of the procurement reports generated from the EGP procurement system for the period under review, compared with the monthly procurement submissions by management. This revealed that several procurement activities were executed outside the EGP system. That is Appendix 4. Let us look at the details of these procurements as you give the response. Honorable colleagues, Appendix 4 has the details of these procurements.
They're in the table. Chair, they're in the table.
Unfortunately, I don't have the table. On the response, it's page what? So, response?
Thank you. On the procurement of one-way air tickets for 16 awardees of Hungary scholarships. Chair, we, as a ministry, most of our procurements are handled through the EGP system, but sometimes we get some glitches, technical glitches, like all IT systems sometimes encounter. So on this matter, we had the students that had to travel urgently to undertake their academic programs in Hungary, and were constrained because of the system.
Were these planned for?
Yes.
And the system could not allow you to process these?
Yes. Sometimes we get downtime on the system.
Do you know what we are going to do?
Yes, Chair.
For all, because this is 900 how much?
No, not, I thought we were going one by one.
No, as we go. So this is the only one that, because does the same reasoning fly for all of them? Because we have a lot to handle. If it's not the same reason?
No, they're different reasons.
Let's proceed.
But Chair, just a moment. You posed the question as to whether they were planned for. And the answer was in affirmative. Now, if they were planned for, we appreciate they were urgent. Urgency is not emergency. Okay? If they were planned for, why couldn't you do it in time?
Before the system went off.
These, thank you, Chair and members. These are air tickets we are talking about. Most times you want to confirm your travel date, and this one we could not do it ahead of time. Before we had communication from the awarding.
My sister, as long as you planned for it, then you start the procurement well in time. It is not sufficient reason enough, but that's what you have submitted. Chair, we can proceed.
Go to the next one.
Chair, the next one was provision of office space for the National Library. The National Library of Uganda was transferred from Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development to the Ministry through RAPEX when the budget for the financial year 2024-25 had already been approved. The activity was not planned for in the Ministry's budget, and whose funding is not through the IFMS, cannot be implemented through the EGP. This was therefore procured outside the EGP to enable the setup of a national library in the Ministry of Education and Sports.
Where did you get the funding?
The National Library had a bank account at that time, which they were using, is what we used. Yes.
Maybe this is one of the areas we should also involve Minister of Finance.
Not as such, because when you look at consultant services for review of basic requirements, there was a gap in the system at the time. You know, I realized at times, you know, because system failure at times might be because which had you started these procurements early? Because for me, I am realizing there was some laxity here. It's not all about the system. That's what I was saying. If I bring you back with the PSST, can you give these reasons for? I mean,
for the library that was written in our plan. It was the transfer.
No, we are looking at these others.
Because,
but even then, Chair, it was not in your plan. But the plans are not really cast in stones. There is a provision for revision, and that is the law. Okay? Why wouldn't you revise to avoid this?
Accounting officer, you know, we have so many areas to cover that are a little critical. A moment, that are a little critical to the mandate of your ministry. These areas are very important, but I mean, we need to do better. Because when you look at these reasons, really, you see there is a problem. This emergency of 105 million that your offices had, the offices had flooded, 100 million, what did it do? So, when you look at the reasons that we do give here, for me, I take note, but procurement, do your part. Do your part in time, avoid embarrassing your accounting office. As simple as that. So, honorable colleagues, I beg that we proceed to the strategic plan. We are looking at the performance of the strategic plan. They only had a variance of 4.9. That is compared to others. That is. Can we spend more time on that? No, it's the variance. The variance is 19%. Can be acceptable within the region. 3.1 review of the implementation of the strategic plan. A review of the implementation of the strategic plan. A review of the entity's strategic plan, its mandate, and the corresponding strategic objectives revealed that the entity had 3 strategic objectives. We take note. However, the following was noted. The strategic objectives and the targets were not evaluated during the implementation period. The strategic plan lacked a clear breakdown of the planned funding requirements per target, and the actual funding allocations could not be matched against the targets, and the auditor could not assess achieved outputs, as the planning and monitoring and evaluation departments did not conduct or produce any performance assessment of the strategic plan as shown below. The absence of a structured evaluation limits the ministry's ability to measure progress towards achieving sector and NDP objectives. Additionally, inadequate leakage between the targets and funding undermines resource prioritization, effectiveness, and accountability. Accounting officer, respond to why you did not have these activities, all these activities clear in your strategic plan.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the ministry takes note of the recommendation. However, midway through the implementation of the strategic plan, program planning, that is the Human Capital Development Program, and the program implementation action plans were introduced, which had different objectives from the earlier sector plan. The focus of the program implementation action plans was on the implementation of the outputs of the NDP3. NDP3 was assessed at vote level, and the overall evaluation was done by the OPM. The ministry has now developed and launched a new strategic plan, 2025-26 to 2029-30, which is aligned to the NDP4. Embedded in this plan is an M&E framework, which will enable mid-term and 8-term evaluation. In addition, the ministry has also achieved some milestones, such as production of statistical abstract, which has data on critical indicators as per the strategic plan.
Honorable members.
I think the biggest concern from the auditors, if you looked at the bullet 2, just before the table, the strategic plan lacked a clear breakdown of planned funding requirements per target, and actual funding allocation could not be matched against the targets. So for me, maybe we needed a direct answer. Why you failed to do exactly what is mentioned here? Because we all have to look for improvements.
And when you look at the advice of the auditor, the recommendation, the auditor advised the accounting officer to ensure that planning and M&E departments institute a formal mechanism for end-term evaluation and strategic plan with clear reporting timelines. So, you can't go much into your history. It's a matter of improving on the way you do work.
But
you see, Chair, when there are many issues, sometimes we even relax because you cannot comment on each and every issue. But, Madam Accounting Officer, it would be for your own good. Because when you have a strategic plan, which cannot be based on, which is in terms of when you are seeking for funding, and you find that the plans cannot be based on your strategic plan. I hope you have noted those bulletins on page 19. Then it becomes very, very difficult sometimes. It should be, your strategic plan should be a seriable tool. So that out of that, if you extract these other plans, procurement plans, work plans, and others, then they are smart and one will not question.
Honorable colleagues,
Derek, you have been at this thing for some time.
Let's proceed. Accounting officer and the team, you are invited for tea. We have tea as we do proceed. We can have it. Colleagues, I request that we go direct to warranting of funds and revenue performance. Honorable, let's first. No, they are, but you know, it has been cross-cutting. There is nothing new you are going to squeeze out of them. It is going to be history as usual. So, we take note of the warranting of funds, stroke revenue performance. We are going to look at performance of the GOU warrants and also your non-tax revenue. Honorable colleagues, the NTR 3.22 performance of NTR. The auditor reviewed your approved NTR estimates for the year under review. You had planned to collect 154.43 billion. You collected 96. That was a 62% performance. What happened? What are the sources of your NTR? You know, the cause of the discrepancy in the NTR.
Thank you, Chair and members. The actual NTR collection for financial year 2024-25 was 96 million and not 96 billion, against a target of 154 million and not 150. Yes, and not 154 billion as indicated in the auditor's report. The major
did you have an exit meeting? Did you receive a management letter? What was in the management letter?
When you look at these responses, they come from you. You have looked through them. Maybe you'd have even crossed that by pen on every handout so that we know that it was an error.
Madam Accounting Officer, you know, the reason as to why you have interface with the auditors is to sort out some of, you know, whenever you come here and we start arguing about the figures, you know, it's very disappointing because I doubt whether this is the right space to argue on figures. The time we interface with the auditor, you have an exit meeting. Did you bring this to the attention of the auditor? Is it the mistake of the auditor? Where is the problem?
The figure was erroneously captured by the auditor, Madam Chair, because Those our yeah, at billions.
As billions?
Yes, instead of millions. Because if you look at our sources of revenue, or non-tax revenues, basically just from the procurement processes, disposal and the sale of bids.
Honorable colleagues, as
So
we do
can't get much
proceed,
out of it.
check for NTRI in the financials so that we can get the exact figures. Utilization of warrants. You had 929 billion. You spent 539. Madam Accounting Officer, are you there? 3.2.3. We on that table. Of warrants of 929. You spent 539. What happened?
Thank you, Chair. The observation the observation regarding the partial implementation during the financial year was noted. The partial implementation was due to some outputs which required multi-year allocations to be fulfilled, and those whose actual costs turned out to be more than what was estimated. The Ministry also recognizes the need to train and build capacity of all staff in effective costing of planned outputs. The unimplemented activities were rolled over to the current financial year and are currently under implementation, subject to availability of funds.
Honorable colleagues, I withdraw.
Maybe, Chair, sorry, I seem to be asking many questions, but I'm concerned. You know, this is the Minister of Excellence. Before even non-implementation, for God's sake, why would you absorb 58.1% of the warranted funds, yet other ministries, other agencies, other departments need these funds? They don't get an opportunity, but for you, when you get an opportunity, you can't even absorb. What is the problem?
Colleagues, allow me to withdraw my earlier statement that this ministry is underfunded. Actually, they have the money, but they can't use it. They are overfunded.
Chair, part of this unused money is under USIP. That one is a fact. Because we would request for a quota according to the plans, and then these other challenges we've been talking about would not make us spend.
Colleagues, let's go to Appendix 6 and we'll see what is in the table. That will sort the problem. And also tell your planner to give us your figures minus WUS. What is your budget minus the project?
Okay. You can get that straight away.
Have you seen Appendix 6? Extent of implementation. The first one is a project. We agree. Career guidance is also, that is a. So, honorable colleagues, let's flow together. Madam Accounting Officer, it's you to take us through Appendix 6, the extent of planned outputs and reasonableness to the budget.
Can I ask Jackie to go?
Page 54. Chair, are we on page 64, Chair? For me on...
I think one is I've seen Chair. Madam Chair.
For you look for appendix 6, whatever it is in your document.
Madam Chair, I want the accounting officer to take us. Those are partially, because I've seen number of them fully implemented. We can't go on those partially,
Okay.
those which are not implemented only.
Okay, Chair, maybe 64 is fully implemented.
Yeah.
65, yeah, 65 is fully implemented. 66 fully implemented. 67 fully implemented. 68 fully implemented. 69 is fully implemented. 70 we have partially implemented. Capacity building on lower secondary curriculum implementation. That is on 70. Partially implemented 500 teachers on lower, training of 500 teachers on lower secondary curriculum. Yes, it's partially implemented. Yes, yes. So here
we can deal with that. That's it. Like now we could speak to the partially implemented. What could have been the reason? Straight away. Yeah.
Okay.
Speak to it so that
for the 500 teachers to be trained on the lower curriculum, the human resource manager can talk about that. Training of teachers. Teacher Education Commission. Page 70.
maybe they are not yet there.
They're trying to.
Let's
the Commissioner for Teacher Education.
And if you have no answer, you just say pass.
Chair, I think it was. Chair, I think it was an overestimation because 200 million had been budgeted for, and it could only train 391. So I think it was our poor planning in terms of knowing how many can be trained with the money that is available.
No, that answer really.
That is
200. That discrepancy is so big.
Madam PS. Are we speaking to the 500 teachers on the lower curriculum?
Yes, Madam Chair. 300, which is about 400 teachers.
You know, the challenge with planning in the education sector. You have reasons as to why you selected 500, and you must have selected, I don't know, but you have a population that across.
Yes.
So does this mean that there is some part of the country that was not served?
Madam Chair, what happens, you invite them to certain places. There are centers where they gather in the different regions. And sometimes people don't turn up, but you still have to pay for the food, you still have to pay for the whatever. So the numbers may not be, because this is the actual number of those who attended.
Can you give us details of those that you invited and didn't turn up?
Yes,
we
I
are
think
speaking about the teachers on the curriculum.
That one.
So we need to know the areas, those ones that were called and did not turn up. National program. So we cannot take.
Especially the central. I went to monitor in Nabingo, and the turn-up was much less than what had been invited. But we can get the numbers.
Now this is a serious matter that is going to bring you back here. You are going to bring a list of those that you had invited, and a list of those that didn't turn up, because they have no reason. This is a national program. They have no reason of occupying those spaces. Whoever didn't turn up. And what disciplinary action did you take? Action taken? Somebody does not come to attend such an important exercise to the country. Curriculum, and they are the ones who, make noise out there. We don't understand the curriculum. We don't understand this. So we need to get the details of this subject. and the action you took on those that didn't turn up. The 109 that didn't turn up.
Chair. 72.
71, National Teacher Council established.
It's not implemented. Commissioner for Teacher Education, may we have clarification on this?
But is that person around? She's taking tea. No, what we do, if there is somebody who is whose docket we are handling, let them come closer, because the people we have here, and literally their business has not, you know.
Through PS, Madam Chair, the National Teacher Council was presented to the Education Committee, and we were given what to answer, and we have already sent back the document. We are waiting for it to be presented to the Parliament floor.
Maybe, Chair, it will be good to find out when that presentation was made. When did you take it to the Education Committee? I sit on that committee. We have members here.
And colleagues this side, avoid being vague when you come here. You know, we are told what to answer. So you should be straightforward. You know, the query is very simple. A National Teacher Council established. Why didn't you establish it? Who didn't do their part? That is as simple as that. If it's still with you, what are you doing? Give us the update. Accounting officer. If it says Parliament, please say it's not Parliament that has not done its part. Accountability, Parliament is not... hey. It is stuck with Parliament, please do. But my sisters seem not to be sure of the answer. And that's why I said when they raise something and you are not sure, just say pass. We shall no pass if you are not sure. Oh, you ask for time to cross-check.
Madam Chair, let me consult for the date when it was presented. Then
Not only the date, but consult so that you can give a substantive and conclusive answer. You sounded so vague, we could not pick anything out of what you told us. So look for an appropriate answer as we wait for you. Let us proceed. Yes. We have on 72, Cooperative Union Teaching Practice Fees. What is this? Now, Madam Accounting Officer, before you respond, in future when you get an audit report, just know when it comes to implementation of your budget, that is the core of accountability. You are given money, how did you use it? That is the center of interest. And pick attention to partially completed items, because you are given a budget to utilize in the course of a financial year. Just in case you didn't, you must give reasons as to why you have uncompleted business, as simple as that.
And in the respective budget lines. These meetings can take 10 minutes and we are out of here. But because of up and down, that's why we take hours. Just that, respective budget lines, 5 minutes with your responses. If it is letters to those who did not submit, just those responses, and we move.
Thank you.
5 minutes and we are done.
Thank you, Chair and members, for that guidance. Again, the Commissioner for Teacher Education can give us a response on this one, on the teaching practice fees.
Honorable colleagues, okay, let us first hear from them. But me, Accounting Officer, if I were you, because this table seemed to be new to all of you. For me, if I were you, I would request to go back and look through the table. Otherwise, as we move on, yeah, because you would have sorted out all the activities that were partially implemented and give reasons specific to that. Because fully implemented, done, no query. But the way you are searching for them is the way we are looking for them. So,
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Elijah.
Chairperson, but we have either heads of department or commissioners or directors responsible for it. Can they respond to this issue? Because they're here. Because now it's like when they pass to the person responsible, no response. Why are they here then?
Honorable colleagues,
because you see, Chair, when we leave it like that, they take it like we just go there, we keep quiet, we shall go back. We shall come and go back.
No, they can't take it
Even,
as...
you see, at least let them even say a wrong answer, but just to keep quiet. Just to come and keep quiet.
Yeah, the commissioner is still consulting.
No, this is my simple request to your accounting officer. Accounting officer, we are giving you time to look through that table, screen all the partially handled items and not implemented. Stick to those. Otherwise, we cannot wait for, you know.
Is in the room.
Hmm?
They are consulting from the room. They didn't have time to look at it.
Madam Chair, you've guided on that.
Because you even have this one of the universities. How can that be
You can come back.
implemented?
That is good guidance you have received.
Honorable colleagues,
data
you know,
from
it's not
public
a matter of giving answers. You know, you have observed that our sister and the team, they have been busy. But do you mark exams out? Are you the ones who mark? You've just come from... But I'm looking for an answer to... They have been in elections. Have you been part of the presiding officers, returning officers? Or you were part of those ones who... but accounting officer, take it that we want you to pick out those areas that we've highlighted. You are going to appear back with the teams that are concerned with the areas that we've raised, that will have are part of the subject. Honorable colleagues, I beg that.
Madam Chair, that one, they can do a table.
No, they will know what to do. They will know what to do. They will know what to do. Review of the supplementary funding. Yes.
You had asked how much of that approved budget was under USEP, so just wanted to give you the figures.
Please.
The USEP amount was 494.83 billion, which is 58% of what was released.
A moment on the figure. That is
494.83.
0.83 billion. That is for the project.
So
that means your budget is around 500. Does it know 400 something?
Yeah, 400 something. Yeah, 58%.
No, we need you to be clear on that. Give us the exact budget, the balance. Reduce the 900 from this 4. There is something we want to communicate about this. You calculate that. Yes, Honorable Sarah.
Chair, I just need clarity on page 108.
Then that is what? That is...
Yes, you are looking through Appendix 6.
No, we've left that.
No, just, there is no figure here. Because which figure, what are we taking?
Honorable Sarah, they are coming to be clear on that.
Yes.
We've stayed the whole table.
Okay, let me just bring it to your attention that there were 100 knitting machines procured for 30 schools. And it's one of the partially implemented items. But there is no amount spent there. It's blank. The kits, the 100 kits, yes, there is no figure there. So you need to find the amount.
So they'll come back with all those details, yes?
So, Madam Chair, the total approved budget was 853.79 billion. Of that, 494.83 billion was under USEP, leaving us the ministry mainstream with 358.96 billion. That's what we had as budget.
What was your last financial year's budget? 23-24. Have you increased on the budget or you are reducing?
Madam Chair, they should talk about the revised budget. What's the revised budget?
You know,
that is your budget. It was revised, Madam. PS. You are talking of the approved 853, but it was revised to 928. Yes, but it's your budget.
With all, yeah, you know what we want to
revise.
Madam PS, as we do look out to helping you in the area of budgeting, we need to come out on this figure clearly. That's why we are pulling out the amount for the project so that we can remain with the real budget for the mainstream ministry. That is our interest. So as we do proceed, the person in charge of the docket of budgeting in your ministry should bring out those figures. We want to see the real budget of the ministry. That's why I had asked for the budgets for the previous years, specifically to the line ministry, serve for the projects.
And Madam Chair, it is for us to know if that revision was there, was it on the side of the project or the ministry budget? That's very, very important.
So, honorable colleagues, we go to 3.3.
Before you go, you had asked us to check the figures on the financial of the non-tax revenue vis-a-vis the other figures where they were saying it is billions, not billions. There's a discrepancy. In the financials talks about 94 million, but here, or the other one is talking about 96 million. So which is which?
So does that come back to what you are giving us?
Yes, it's 96 million, not billion.
No, it's not about billion. Look at the financials. Look at your financials. The figure which is not 8. It's 94 million. Not 96. And it's both on page 10 of the financials and page, yes, it is 94 of the notes, not 8. 94,874,900. So how can your financial be different from the opted figures?
So that's the difference of 2 million.
About roughly.
That is school fees for. If you went to UPE, that can pay for.
Actually, Madam Chair, for 20.
Not only 20. Hey, that is much. Eh?
Madam Chair, what should be worrying us is the implication. Because once you have figures that don't speak to each other, it now dents the integrity of the what?
Chair, Chair and members, the correct figure is one which is in the financials. On the other response, that was an error, and we beg for.
So this is a second error because you were correcting billions to millions, but not the figure. Now you are correcting now the figures. Yes. How can we take you seriously? But you have people who have gone to school, including you, about these figures. Before you come here, you reconcile the things. So, before you sign, before you approve.
PS, when it comes to issues of figures, we need to be a little exact because we are speaking about financials. So it's not I'm forgetting this and error here. So we take
I will refer her to read the books lying with the statistics. You read that book. Maybe it will help you.
We get to 3.3 review.
You can download.
Review of the supplementary funding. Madam PS, the author noted that your supplementary expenditure of 133.85 billion did not meet the unforeseen supplementary expenditure criteria as shown below. Unforeseeable. Procurement of instruction materials, this teacher circle to Mwalimu Corporation, Bishop Stewart University. In brief, the activities that we paid for did not qualify to fall under supplementary. You ought to have planned for them. What happened? Why did you receive these under supplementary, not the original plan?
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to go item per item. If we begin with the procurement of instructional materials, Chair, we have, as you already indicated in your communication, we have so many competing demands, and the procurement of instructional materials in this period remained under unfunded priorities. Chair, and yet we had to implement the curriculum of the new curriculum at that time. So we needed to engage our publishers to supply to us these materials. But at some point they were like, no, we could not give us money, and supply to our schools unless we had funding. So that's why we want to ask for a supplementary.
But in any case, colleagues, how can such an item remain unfunded? How? For God's sake, how? And you can, if we looked into how you, other areas where you spent money, you can find that there are those that could be left. Because at times it also comes to you as an entity. Because instruction materials is unfunded in the Ministry of Education.
Those days for us when we were still at school, many years ago, we used to receive books from government. Yes. Just for textbooks, exercise books. Yeah. Those are the books which you used to receive regularly. Yeah. Yeah. Not for sure for this government. But when you say now it's not, and this is part of the mandate.
Really?
And you don't see it as
it comes. What would have happened if they had not given you supplementary? What would have happened?
So what are you using? Which tools are you using to deliver these learners?
Really, when PS is coming back, we also have to include Minister of Finance, because as long as we are talking about supplementaries, the Minister of Finance are the ones who carry these documents to Parliament. They should also be part of the team. Yes, because they are the ones. Yes, they are the ones. It is the Minister of Finance who is responsible for bringing supplementaries to Parliament.
We agree.
So they should also be part of this.
Honorable, we agree with you. We agree with you, but we are asking on this side of the ministry. How can you?
I'm saying both of them should come.
Silas, Honorable, how can the ministry fail to plan for its core activities, instruction materials? If we called for the areas that they spent on in that financial year, you could find that there are things that they would have left. But instruction materials, I asked, what would have happened just in case you are not given a supplementary? What would you have done? So, do you have an option that you can either do, or you at liberty, you can have or not? Hey, these ones, but those ones we can wait.
Chairperson, I would do. I am a teacher by background and by profession. By lack of instructional materials, it implies that there was no activity in the education system. Because you cannot conduct a lesson without the materials. So how can you, when you are preparing a lesson, you need to put the instructional material in order to deliver what you have planned. Now, when it is not even unfunded, it is. Can we correct? What would it be anyway? I want to understand.
And what is their funding priority, Chair? Because this must be considered.
Honorable Sarah.
Number one.
Chair, the most annoying is that these instruction materials relate to the new curriculum, which is still a challenge even for the teachers. So now, without the instruction materials, just imagine those rural schools. What could have happened?
Madam PS.
So, Chair, and that I don't want to get back to the microphone, but allow me also ask this. When you talk about Mwalimu Corporation, because the next item, what is this Mwalimu Corporation where government had to, under supplementary, provide 7 billion.
7 billion.
As if it was unforeseen. What is this Mwalimu Corporation? Then I will ask my next question after understanding what it is.
Yes, PS.
Thank you, Chair. The Mwalimu Corporation is the teachers' circle, and you may all recall that the President pledged to support them, and this support was wrongly transferred to Microfinance Support Center and to another Teachers Cooperative Savings and Credit Union who had claimed interest on it. We had to use the accountability agencies to recover this money, and when it was recovered, the Accountant General guided the PS to requisition for the money through a supplementary budget. However, that was not given in financial 2020-23-24, and it was moved forward to 2024-25.
Chair, did you say Walimu or Mwalimu?
Mwalimu.
Mwalimu.
Whichever.
No, I think she doesn't know us.
Mwalimu.
That's the Swahili
She doesn't
now.
have this, yes.
Mwalimu, that's the Swahili.
Swahili is mwalimu, but she was saying walimu. That's why I was.
No, let's.
But Chair, that takes me to the other question. Now, can I understand why was this a supplementary? If the president pledged, if the president pledged, was it something unforeseen or foreseen? But
Chair,
also, secondly, how many teachers' circles do you have now? Because you are talking about the money was sent to Uganda Teachers Cooperative Savings and Credit Union Limited.
Honorable Sarah, in the first instance, she has explained that trend. Could be she responds to the last bit of how many circles, teachers' circles that they do have.
How many teachers' circles do you have?
You can't have of head. You'll give us that record. It's an important question.
Chair, also, may we understand why it was recovered by the State House Anti-Corruption Unit? Because if it was just erroneously, it would be right to the other ministry and they transfer. But it took the State House Anti-Corruption to recover the money. How did it happen? Did they become stubborn? What happened? Or it was fraud? So it was intentional. So can we understand? Because somebody must have reported now to the anti-corruption.
As I already indicated, the money was sent to a wrong recipient and it had to be recovered. The Mwalimu Teachers Corporation Circle appealed to the anti-corruption unit to recover that money, and it was recovered. So to bring it back, we could not bring it back. The Accountant General guided that we requisition for it as a supplementary.
By the time you use the anti-corruption networks, it means there was corruption. And that is the meaning, by the way. Yeah, if you use the anti-corruption, it means there was what? Corruption. Meaning somebody in those entities was trying to cling onto the what? Onto the money. Because ideally, you should have just written and the money should have been reversed to where it is supposed to go. So I think it was a valid equation.
Maybe we need to understand. Let me get it. It was from microfinance to the teachers' cooperative.
Let me explain, Chair.
Yes.
This money, the 20 billion, was actually offered in 2017.
No, we are talking about 7 billion first.
Yes. So part of that money came through the microfinance and reached the teachers' circle. But progressively, the money was not getting there. So that is why there was this saga, because it was not our money, it just passed it through us to the circles. Yeah.
So which account did it go? We want to know these people who were refusing to pay back the money.
It's microfinance. We are not aware as Ministry of Education. It came from.
No, you see, this is because how did you get to know that somebody refused to? Because as an interested person, this is not little money. This is 7 billion. The accounting officer, the accountant must be able to have the facts. So it makes me doubt.
Chair, the money is released from Ministry of Finance to different entities for different purposes. So in this case, it was released from Ministry of Finance to the Microfinance Center. For us, we thought money had not been released. Until now, the teachers learned about it and then went on rampage and all these things happened. So really...
That's why you say when they went on rampage,
yes.
Whom did they land on? Who are taking the money? That's what I want to know.
Madam Chair.
Who are taking the money and was refusing?
Chair has got this microfinance because it's here in the narrative.
So microfinance was the one who was refusing
to
pass the money.
Yeah, it had passed it on to a wrong.
How can a government institution refuse to pass the money?
To a wrong beneficiary. Yeah. So, but it was not really us.
Chairperson, this money called for the SACCO money. I'm a member in the education committee. Yeah, my colleague there knows it. This money was released and it was given to unregistered SACCO, where the teachers, of a few, they came to a committee. They came and we told them, we met with the Ministry of Education, and we said, who are the the operators of this account? Which one is legally binding? we ask them to proceed with the legal what method of creating a company or whatever, the SACCO here. I think that's what was the problem. Therefore, it means maybe the Ministry of Education was not in
Honorable
charge.
colleagues, we are going to request the Ministry of Education to give details of the trend of this SACCO, the money, the 7 billion.
But also, Madam Chair, I get concerned that the Minister of Finance can transact with the microfinance without making copies to the Minister of Education. That is highly erroneous. Erratic. You transfer money, you don't inform the ministry.
Well, it's done. Then let's go to Civil Works for Mandela. How did this become an unforeseen activity?
Thank you, Chair.
87 billion.
Thank you, Chair. After winning the bid to host AFCON, works for renovation of Mandela National Stadium were already ongoing. But however, as we were moving towards the preparation for hosting CHAN, the Confederation of African Football came and undertook some inspections, and they indicated that we needed to upgrade the stadium to meet the standards for hosting AFCON. And the way it was, they said that could only be hosted, it could only host CHAN at that time. So we needed to request for more money to start the works with our contractors to expand the stadium to that capacity, and this was made after the budgeting process of financial 2024-25. So that's when we received that CAF report, which was saying, no, good work done with the renovation, but however, this could only be used for CHAN, but for AFCON, we needed to upgrade. Yes, so, Chair, that is basically it.
Accounting Officer, we shall need you to provide us with the details of how much you've so far spent on Mandela National Stadium. And is it complete? All works are still ongoing.
As the PS had communicated earlier, we are going to undertake second phase of works for the design.
No, we are looking for the first phase.
Yes,
for whatever you had contracted.
Yes, the first phase was completed.
So you need to give us the total amount that is spent for that phase.
Chair, did I get you correctly that the second phase is design?
Yes.
Designing what?
We have contracted the engineers brigade to design and build the second phase, because it's going to be a bit of remodeling.
What is involved in the second phase?
Expansion of the capacity from 38,000 seater to 45,000, and reorientation of the stadium to expand the VVIP, media tribune, and all that. There are several things. So basically,
the hotel.
I saw the tour taking place. The minister was leading a team in Nambole to that effect. My worry is about the competence of UPDF Indian Brigade in doing that huge phase 2 project, because that has not been their area. Look at what has happened with the Hoima. Suma, I think, has done a good job, because they have been constructing what? Stadia. I don't know whether we can get a powerful result.
Honorable member.
I'm just speaking as a Ugandan, concerned Ugandan, a citizen who speaks for the people out there.
Honorable member, I thank you for speaking for the people, but we might not be able to really, it is speculating, but we can also, we can't commit ourselves on the engineering brigade, but not good enough. They are yet to execute the contract. And upon completion, all progress, the country will know whether they have capacity or not. But I interest you to look into the details of the consolidated financial statements of the Auditor General, to look at the performance of some of those entities. The NEC, they are not doing well, so you might end in problems.
Thank you, Chair. To allay the fears, all our hands are on deck. And we have confidence that the UPDF will pull this off, because they are not working in isolation. We have Ministry of Works on board, and some experts we are looking at, and
we all pray that works are executed in time, and services given to Ugandans. Honorable colleagues, we go to delivery of service assessment. delivery of service delivery assessment, we are going to go straight to 3.62, delay in implementation of activities. Delay in implementation of activities, completion of a 2-unit science laboratory, block 3, those blocks at, this is Aripia Secondary School in Terego. The project was worth 579 million. You also had delays in construction of an administration block in Jinja, Teso College, Albert, a swimming pool in Teso College. Aloit. Huh? Aloit. This is Teso College, yeah. 1.5 billion, a swimming pool. So what happened to those projects? Why did we delay?
On the first project, Madam Chair, we were informed that there were reorganizations within the brigade, but right now as we speak, the team is back on site and the works are expected to be completed in 2026. So
reorganization within the brigade?
Yes. Our contractor.
The engineering brigade, yes, we know.
Madam Chair, one thing I love with you is that you allow us to speak. And yes. So my main concern and what I'm getting from the public is that we seem to be over pumping our brigade with a lot of work at the same time, and this might overwhelm them. They are not bad, they do a good job maybe, but the issue is how far, how much can they partake of at a time. I think it's something that we need to reflect. We support our brigade seriously, we support.
Honorable colleagues, I think there is need for government to pick interest in taking inventory on all the projects that are being handled by the engineering brigade. Many of them have stalled. Many of them. In our constituencies, I have a health center that was awarded in financial year 2023-24. To date, we've not even roofed. We have in Maogola West health centers. They have so many projects in health centers. They have so many projects in other schools. So we need to really, have a special investigation. Take inventory on all the activities that are being handled by the brigade. We are going to have this as a special recommendation. Because they are overwhelmed. You are saying they have capacity, the Minister of Works is there. We are telling you they have a lot on table. A lot. So many projects have stalled. Whoever has interest in this brigade, we cannot tell. But how I wish they can have also that human care of knowing that people want these services, delivered, and we use some of these facilities. Honorable.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, the Army Brigade is everywhere. I also have them in my constituency. However, what I want to interest you people, timelines are very important. These are contractual obligations. We also needed to see from you, hear from you, sanctions in relation to late completion, especially where you have met your part of the obligation. Because there is where the Army Brigade has also not received funds. And they have assumed some projects, they have started, but have not moved on because of our failure to disburse. So where you've provided contractually, what are the sanctions when they fail to deliver? Because efficiency and timelines is very important for us to achieve.
Honorable Grania.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have always talked of Bubu. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. But it will be very bad for us to paint a very bad picture about this engineering brigade, which at least I have an example offhand. However much we are talking about education, I have an example in the Ministry of Health or in the health sector. In the Busole Hospital, they are the ones who did that work, and Madam Chair, the other one is a state-of-the-art
Honorable,
hospital.
we want to thank you.
We can,
Honorable.
Madam Chair, let me conclude. Maybe what we need to do is to ensure that whenever they are given contractual dates, the supervising ministries, departments and agencies should take note of them beating the timelines. That is the most important thing.
Chairperson, maybe to add on that, at least in my constituency, after Ministry of Education contracted some, I don't know, contractor who disappeared, when they asked for the engineering brigade, I told them, yes, that's better. But they have done a recommended work. And within the timeline, they finished the very perfect work. To me, I still...
Honorable Elijah.
Yeah, I need some clarification first. On that page, Teso College, they're showing two figures. Are there two projects with the same amount? Because there's Teso College, the swimming pool 1.5, then again Teso College 1.5.
Those are, we were going to do the swimming pool in 2 phases. So those are 2 phases.
Then 2, now this issue here on the completion of the science lab. How could the UPDF get all the money and disappear from the site? Then it had to take time again to look for them. All the money was given, they abandoned the work. You read the audit comment. You read the audit comment there. Both my colleagues are praising them. But now they've given all the money, they abandoned all the work. Now they're saying the work, they have remobilized, they're going to complete the work in April. How sure are we? That are you sure they are back on the site?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Sarah.
First, please don't rush to respond.
Yes, I just wanted to find out from the ministry, where is this Wapakabulu Memorial College of Nursing and Midwifery? If it is in Mbali, don't we already have a school? No, I must ask. Yes, I need to know where it is.
Commissioner, please give clarification on this project.
No, maybe...
And that will take me to my next question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through my peers, Honorable Sarah Wapakabulu Memorial College of Nursing and Midwifery is in Solonko district.
Solonko?
Yes, at Mafudu.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
it is just on the road side.
Okay, I thought you had again put it in Mbale because Mbale is already served with another school.
Mafudu village.
Then, Chair, now that takes me to my other. Of course, Honorable Cooper was talking about the UPDF disappearing. We had Morukatipe View Primary School, Chair, where money was advanced because of the standard gauge railway. Money was available to relocate this school to another site. And this money was paid. The year ended without UPDF. We had land issues which were finally resolved. But it took forever for the UPDF to get back on the ground. And we had to raise our voices, raise communities demonstrating, because their children, there was no nearby school where their children could go. So the issue of advancing money to the UPDF, and then the UPDF is not able to undertake the works immediately, is a challenge. I think it is high time we thought outside the box and supported other local contractors to construct, of course supervised closely, the same buildings, just as the UPDF, because UPDF cannot do everything. This is, I'm seeing there is a problem, Madam Chair, because hospitals now UPDF, schools UPDF, roads even somewhere UPDF, the standard gauge somewhere, meter gauge they are somehow involved. So it may be too much for the UPDF alone to take this. So I think we need to, this is something that we need to look at, Chair, maybe in-house when we are writing our reports, because at the end of the day, it is the ordinary person who suffers. They are not able to get the services in time. Thank you. But also building local capacity of our own contractors.
Yes, we should take it in good faith because it's the interest of everyone. So it is true UPDF is overwhelmed. They have so many contracts across the board. So we shall speak to other relevant bodies.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
There is an issue which I I want the PS to, on the page.
Before that issue, Honorable Modimi, Madam Chairperson, while we interacted with Madam Chairperson in a different committee, we are told that UPDF Brigade subcontracts work to other local contractors. But the challenge they have is they don't pay those subcontractors, and they have no way to enforce their obligations. I don't know what it is, but probably they bully them or they do not pay. Many contractors would have wanted to work with UPDF and support them because there is work available for them. But the fact that they don't even pay the subcontractor is another challenge these agencies need to investigate.
Okay.
So,
Honorable
Madam
Modimi.
I want PS and the team to help us to understand. On page 62 of the accounts, Annex 5, schedule of receivables stock advances. Are we there? Accounts 62, page 62. 62. Are we there?
The last page.
Yeah, I've seen advances. A quick one on the 24th January 2025. There was money which went to that Wapakavulo Memorial. On the 16th January, June 2025, that's within the financial year. 1 billion also went there. On the November 14th, 24th, 1 billion also went there. I assume that is more than 1 billion. But when you look at page 29, service delivery assessment, delivery of services from implemented activities. Now, when you talk about the same project, they have received much more in advances, but the expenditure which is quantified here is 1.52. So what is all this? The same, is it UPDF or something? I could see COB, so Minister of Defense account, the supplier, it seems. And the member raised it that they pump a lot of money into the UPDF engineering brigade, but the output is minimum. Look at this. And Madam Chair, that institute is along the road. You don't need even to branch. If someone is taking the Namusi, Sirongo, Moroto Road, so it's on the left, you can see it even. Does not require an engineer to measure the progress of the work.
Yes, Honorable Sarah. No, Susan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to take you back to page 29. Chair, when you read at the table 11, showing activities assessed for service delivery, when you look at number 6, construction of a 2-unit science laboratory block at Estate Kokondeka Memorial Secondary School, page 29. Madam Chair, Estelle Kokondeka happens to be the mother of our judge. So how could government allocate money, Chair? Yes. No, allow me to complete. How could government allocate money, Madam Chair, to construct 2-unit laboratory, science laboratory at the Memorial School, because I thought President Museveni would give it as an offer, not again to use government money. Yes.
She's bringing out an issue. The only thing we should find out, is it a private school, is it a government school, what is it?
Chair, it's a seed school. Like we are saying, we are calling this health training school Bakapokpuru Memorial School. That's exactly how this name comes. The community chose to call it this name. So it's a government school.
But also, Chair, since the president could do just a service, just in good faith, since the school was named after his mother, who would give an offer.
Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for me, I have no problem with that, because if a government school is named after my mother or after everybody, there should be no problem. There should be no problem with that, because as we have heard, it's the community school, and they decide to give that name. But my question is on the same table, number 3. How special is a repair secondary school in Terego? Because you are building there VIP toilet. I want to be clarified. This is the only school for very important people. They have to put a VIP toilet. I want to know. Can they clarify?
Honorable.
This is the only secondary school in the country.
Honorable members, I beg that we bring the meeting to order. Construction of VIP latrines is done in so many. It's just the nomenclature. That is it. They are VIP latrines. That's
the clarification, yes. Madam Chair. That's the clarification I want to know.
So,
because at least in the casino there is no VIP toilet. So can they also have one? At least in the city school. But Madam Chair,
on a lighter note, VIP can mean many things. When I was elected to this parliament the first time in 2011, the first event was the Women's Day. So there was a program sent to me, and of course my son was in P4 then. So then he looked and said, VIPs arrive. Mommy, villagers in Prados arrive. This is where I belong. So VIP can mean many things. So
I'm asking for the clarification.
Honorable members, let's take note that we have projects that have not been implemented in time. We have delays in implementation of projects in the Ministry of Education. There are three, and with quite substantial amount of money. But, Madam Accounting Officer, as you embark on awarding the UPDF Engineering Brigade more contracts, interest yourself, because that is part of, much as these ones don't go through the procurement process, but still do a visibility study on what they have on table. They simply have too much, and you're going to end up returning funds. So take big interest in that, as well. Also look through this with other entities that have contracted the engineering brigade. We agree in some areas they've done something, but also appreciate that they are overwhelmed. We should agree that is the fact. Honorable colleagues, we go to item 3.63, delayed repurposing of primary teachers' colleges. This is a very important matter that I want you to take us through systematically. Delayed repurposing of the primary teachers' college.
Thank you, Chair and members. I request the Commissioner to give us a background on this issue systematically.
Accounting officer from your team, you can exchange her with somebody else.
Madam Chair.
I get his accounts. A Commissioner for Health Education. The one who is giving the sanitary pads, the milk and the eggs in schools.
Madam, as invited the other person to come, maybe we need to know this term repurposing, because even in Ministry of Finance, somebody said they have repurpose. Now I'm seeing here repurposing. No, what is it?
Change of purpose for the school. They are changing this to something else.
But we've seen it so common now in the Ministry of Finance, this has been repurposed.
Change of use. So kindly, let's proceed. Let's proceed. She has no, assist her with the document, please. As she comes in, these are the details. Review of the Ministry's Education and Sports. Review of the Ministry of Education and Sports issued a directive dated 16th March 2023 that required only 23 core primary teachers' colleges, these were PTCs, to remain as teacher training institutions, while the remaining non-core PTCs are repurposed for an alternative education or training use, such as TVET centers, health training institutions, secondary schools, and university campuses. Consequently, government was expected to rationalize the PTC system in a timely and coordinated manner, ensuring efficient utilization of public education infrastructure and support to policy objectives. Contrary to the above, despite approval of the National Teacher Policy in 2019 and commencement of the implementation of the 2021, 18 of the 22 non-core PTCs identified for repurposing had not transitioned to their intended new mandates at the time of audit, except for Kabwangasi PTC, Eripeti PTC, Paidat PTC Rukunjiri, which had been handed over and operationalized at the various universities. The other institutions remained idle and underutilized, with no clear timelines or implementation milestones achieved. The details of these non-core primary teachers colleges are here. So the thing is very simple. It transitioned. Some of these structures are still idle, no plan, no nothing.
Madam, the risk, once they are abandoned, you know, they can vandalize. Can vandalize many things. Even that's the risk. Some people can even come and occupy. That's what they take it. Yes. So those are the risks.
Yes.
That's, I think, why we need it to like Honorable Mudim was saying, can you explain this? Because just this week, I think was it on Monday or Tuesday, I was reading in the papers, one of the education was saying, universities must now concentrate on undergraduate, graduate, PhDs, and leave the certificates diploma to the lower vocational and teacher trade college. But now if we are repurposing, so how are we moving? Because if we are now changing, say, moving it to take it to the university, at the same time we're getting contradicting statements from the officials of the ministry. We just needed to understand.
So let's first hear from them. We repurposed these PTCs. What is happening, Madam? Explain. Microphone.
Through the PS, Madam Chair and members, I want to say that as explained to the auditor, out of the 23 non-core PTCs that were supposed to be repurposed, 9 have been repurposed. The remaining 15 are not yet repurposed just because the item of funding for these institutions, which were supposed to be taken over by mother departments.
You proceed.
have remained unfunded priority for the last 3 years.
But, you know, we need you to be more practical. This is your area. What does repurposing mean? Some of these were supposed to be given to some schools, not necessarily that you needed the money. Look at the query. Look at what was expected of you. These are structures that were PTCs. Government says we turn them to something else. It doesn't necessarily mean that education must invest in, you know. Let us be practical. It's not a matter of reading literature. That is why they brought a person. The accounting officer would have answered. But they bring a person in charge of the docket, but the person also wants to read the literature as is. Be practical and speak to your docket.
Chairperson.
What is the real problem?
Chairperson, maybe the way you understand is different from the way the meaning. Can we hear from her? What? Because we may be thinking the way we are thinking. It's a different thing. Let us hear. That's why Honorable Mudima say, can you please start from first principles? Explain to us what you mean by repurposing and take us through what was supposed to be done and what.
Honorable Elijah, I think it's that a matter of switching words. The reason as to why we brought she called for a person in charge of the docket is to speak to her docket. What is practically happening to that very docket? Let her speak to it. That's why we are saying, don't just read.
We are speaking
speak
the same
to the
thing.
issue of PTCs and this. As simple as that.
Can I help?
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In 2019, 2 policies were approved. Policy number 1 was the teacher policy, which affected these PTCs. One of the aspects in the policy was that all our teachers should transit to graduate teacher within 10 years. And then the second policy that was approved then was the TVET policy, also in 2019. So when these 23 PTCs, which used to train diplomas, were now stopped from training, certificates, were stopped from training certificates, the sector went out to meet the stakeholders for each of them. What is in the middle column is what the stakeholders actually said, we can actually have our institution now turn into this. But the 2 main available opportunities were either to go into the TVET, the technical, or the health. So you note that most of them now were supposed to go into that direction. While teacher training doesn't need a lot of equipment and a lot of whatever, the TVET has that. So the money would be budgeted, and I think my colleagues who sit in the education committee know that for the last 3 years we have been budgeting for money that can transit a teacher college into like a health training institution, or it can transit it into a technical institution, and we have not received funding. That's the bottom line. But these ones which the universities have taken over, we said for universities which are public, they can participate in this, and some communities say, for us, we are okay for our college to be part of a university. And it's the nearest university in most of the cases that has taken over the PTCs, and they are already using them. So that's the bigger picture.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Silas.
I think that is a better explanation. That I would now request through you that based on the remarks from the auditor, that they provide us later with a proper write-up of the timelines for each of these institutions, but also speak to the milestones achieved so that people can be able to see clearly. There are people who are worried that some of the institutions now, schools, you find that the animals are the ones grazing in most of the most of those places. Yeah, then somebody was talking about a PTC in Moroto or somewhere, that is Muni, which is taking over. So we needed that kind of tabulated reporting. Let's get to know which school is at which level now. The repurposing, so that we understand together.
And Madam Accounting Officer, as you respond to what the Honorable Cyrus is raising, we need to be somehow more innovative. With these so many, because these are structures lying idle out there, we can think of how we can also partner with the private sector. in this engagement? Because I doubt whether you can have these utilized in the next 5 years. I doubt. So let us be a little innovative and see how can the private sector, how can we partner with the private sector in ensuring that these buildings, you see?
Madam Chair, I want to, on that table, number 3, because they said they have repurposed to public universities. I want to know number 7, which university? I don't see.
Canon Lawrence, PTC, University Campus.
Which university is that? Public university?
Chair, for this number 7, Chair, Canon Lawrence was a PTC under the foundation, which is the same as All Saints University. So at the time of discussion of repurposing, they requested, and that's how it ended there.
So, Madam Chair, I was trying to give information because I actually sit on the Committee of Education, and we had interactions with the Ministry over these issues. And one of the challenges that we are seeing is that we have people who have been in that sector of education privately. When the issue of repurposing came up, they also asked the question, now for us, the private practitioners, where do we go? What do we do? Those schools are also there. Then they told them, just think as what? A business person. Find a new thing to do. You have the infrastructure, but the purposes are changing. So that's where we are, Madam Chair. But if they can tabulate and give us this information in a well-structured way, maybe it can help the committee to understand where we are for purpose of improvement and rescuing the situation on the ground.
Honorable colleagues, this is something that the ministry should take interest in. Buildings lying idle for so many years, at the end of the day, they may become obsolete. You might see them sell a school at 50 million. They will, in some time in the future, you might look at a disposal advert for say disposal, and people will buy them at several government schools. So let's see, let's see how best we can.
Chair, that was 2019. Has the ministry tried to get back to the community to see whether this is still the need? Because we have communities, you may find that in this community, there is no secondary school. Maybe the community may opt now for a secondary school instead of this health training institution or whatever instructors college or whatever. So it is close to 7 years since you met those communities. Have you endeavored to get back to see whether this is still desirable or whether the needs of the community has shifted? Can I just hear from them? And then lastly, Chair, I just want to, I know this is above you, but please take note, because sometimes you're the ones that advise the policymakers. Please take note that even if you change teachers and say every teacher must have a degree, without tackling the issue of pay, without tackling the issue of accommodation for teachers, we're actually not doing much as a sector. If you look at what is happening in Rwanda, majority of the people prefer public schools to the private schools. For us here, even in the villages now, you find people struggling to take children to private schools. Because the public schools have turned into something else. If you want your child to go and be wasted in those village schools, then you take to them. So even if teachers have degrees, without considering the pay, without considering the accommodation and the environment in which the teachers are supposed to work, we are not supporting the future leaders of this country.
Thank you, Honorable Accounting Officer, please.
Chair, I just wanted to correct the record. The policy was 2019, but the directive for repurposing was 16th March 2023. It's on paragraph, the second last paragraph on page 31. And for the 3 years since then, we have been budgeting for the repurposing, and we have not received the funding.
3.64, insufficient funding for operationalization of the UNITE. That is Uganda National Institute of Teacher Education. The auditor noted that there is severe constraint by inadequate funding, where the approved budget was 81.1 billion, but the institute received 9.1 billion, representing 11% of wage, leaving 89% of the budget unfunded. That is 72 billion. So out of the 81 billion, they only received 9.1 billion. Do we still need this program?
Yes, we do, Chair, and it is true that we've not been funded to the desired level, which has led to some activities not being implemented. And as the auditor observed, that includes recruitment of staff to fit the approved structure, operational costs for the 5 campuses, procurement and of teaching and learning materials, among others. The Ministry of Education and Sports submitted to Unity the Unity funding needs to...
Who is in charge of this docket? Yeah, let her speak as the person on the operating table. Eh? You are the doctor, madam, eh? So you operate the patient. Hmm?
Through PS, Madam Chair, the institution...
Give us some background about the institution.
UNITE is our baby in the country, which is supposed to produce teachers and improve the quality of education through improving the quality of teachers. And because the budget that they desired to have to support them have all the stuff they would have had was not offered, they had to reduce on the number of the staff that they were supposed to have in phase 1. Under this phase, they were able to produce 104 staff that they have had now. And we think when, so we think when this institution is supported to have all the staff that they're supposed to have running the programs that have been approved by National Council of Higher Education, they would be able to improve the quality of teachers. Out of all the programs that they had presented to National Council of Higher Education and had been cleared, they are now running 5 of them at the 5 campuses of Mubende, Kaliro, Unyama, Muni, and Kabale NTC.
You have 5 campuses, eh?
Unity campuses. They were formerly called National Teachers Colleges. That is Kabale.
Those are the PTCs, eh?
No. National Teachers Colleges. They were NTCs. Kabale, Mubende, Kaliro, Unyama, and Muni Unity campuses. They are now called Unity campuses.
So these are the ones that shared the 11 billion, eh?
Madam Chair.
Yes, that's where we are having the programs that...
They are the ones that have the 104 staff.
Yes.
Including
the headquarter Unity.
Chair, can I seek some clarification? If I got Madam correctly, that the purpose is to improve quality. But if you want to improve quality, how can you have staff 7.6, the staffing level, 7.6? If you look at the staffing level for the academic staff, it is at 7.6%. If you look at the overall staff, it's at 9.3% if you look at the whole table. I've just calculated. Are you really up the task to improve the quality if you are still at that level of 9.3?
Chair.
Sure.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Let Honorable Budumi submit first.
Madam Chair, the policy was at least teachers should be graduate. I've seen a number of public universities offering education. Am I right? Number of them, I think all of them. Now, when you are talking about quality, you better tell us what is the exact quality you are going to input, which the other universities are not doing. And yet we have seen, Madam Chair, in this budget, most of these universities are grappling with staffing gap. And you are coming up with a new baby.
And
where are we?
Honorable Sarah. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, it is very unfortunate that we are moving zigzag or in circles. We had the Institute of Teacher Education, Chambogo, ITEC, which was a known teaching university. We decided to walk away from this institute. And when this, now you are calling it UNITE, when this UNITE came up, I remember asking the ministry why they cannot focus on current public universities that are teaching teachers. Are we saying that those, for example, Makerere has a faculty of education that actually churns out teachers? Chambogo has the same. I think Guru has the same. So are we saying that these universities are not actually bringing out the desired, the quality that we actually want? So why didn't we do this in a completely phased manner so that now you don't have money? Imagine you have staff of 1,108 and you have only recruited 104, representing, I don't know, 9%. Yes, just about 9%. So what are we actually talking about? Are we not going to churn out the reverse of what we intended to bring out? And what is going to happen to those institutions that are actually offering education, and at the end of the day, we have teachers qualifying from those universities? What is going to happen to those ones? Do they have to come and come to Unite or UNITE, as you are calling it, for another 1 year to be, you know, taken through or oriented better? What exactly are we talking about here when we say that we want better teachers?
Madam Pierce, in other words, were we ready for this?
Before, Madam Chair, give me...
Yes, Honorable Cyrus, then Honorable Grania will come in.
My biggest worry now, listening to my colleagues and what they are complaining about, if we now even decide to run away from UNITE, we'll be worsening the cycle, because we will now be trying to go to another level. But what I've seen already is that this UNITE is still new. It's new. And the recruitment is a big issue. And the government should really, because they are the ones who passed the policy in 2019, they should be able to be intentional about funding for us to come out strong. By the time you pass a policy, you should be ready. You should be ready. So for me, I don't see a big issue with the ministry. The big issue is for the executive to put in money to have this process expedited. Then things will be okay.
Honorable Grania. Madam Chair, mine was an additional question to the accounting officer. In the first place, why did they choose to make these institutes of teacher education? For example, when you look at Kavale, they have a university. You will find that that university also trains teachers, and then you also have UNITE. For Mubende, you look at that sub-region where we have no university. Why didn't you at least make it a fully fledged university? And then lastly, are these units as transitional stages in education, like you're planning to make them universities, or that is a final stage that you see? Honorable Okupa is saying they are babies. Are they going to remain babies? That is my question. I thank you.
Honorable Grania, you are taking them too far. They don't even have the milk for the babies. So you want, you know, the baby cannot be fed, and it's very bad for a baby to be malnourished in the Ministry of Education. So there are no milk bottles, there is no milk. So for you to start asking about the future when you cannot handle now, so the future is very doubted. But one would ask, why did you spread? Yeah, start small, grow big. You've gone to five campuses. 5 campuses, you cannot give them money. Madam PS, I know, you know, this is a ministry. You need to go sit on this ministry. We know, we know we have to go sit on it, but you just have to know it is a very important ministry. As we do take some of these decisions, really, we must think, as you do rationalize this side, what is the opposite of rationalizing? You are saying we are expanding. I mean, we want to repurpose the mainstream. Then you come to this one, you depurpose. You fail to get the right nomenclature for what the ministry is doing. Really, as for me, you fail to see. We are failing to see how to help you, because you can also not help yourselves. One fails to see where to start from. 11,008 staff, you have 100. So for me, I think our colleagues in the Committee of Education, we shall see how to conclude on this. But we prematurely implemented this. We ought not to have gone to the 5 campuses. We would have begun with the one that can be operational.
Maybe, Madam
Leave
Chair,
the others.
Madam Chair, we need to know the status. Is it in operation or it's yet to start?
What is the status to date?
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Just first to pick up on what an honorable member of parliament talked about Kyambogo. When we converted Kyambogo into a university, it lost that which it used to do for us. And over the years, we have produced teachers from all these universities we are talking about, and they are really not the teachers we want. So what was in the policy was that we needed now an institute that will help us produce the profile of the teacher we want, and then see how we can progressively get there. So that's how the whole thought of an institute started. That's why it's called an institute. So recently, I think less than 2 years now, an instrument was produced to establish the institute. In the instrument, it was clear that it will start, and the 5 former NTCs would now be converted to be training centers for the institute. So the first students actually are there now. They are in their first semester. So it's just starting. It's just starting. They first had to do all these things of coming up with standards of what a good church would be and all these things. And they've started with diploma students because of the transition from primary schools, which were basically certificate, to be able to transit. Because again, that they couldn't go to degree from certificate, they have to go through diploma. So at the moment, the students we have are doing diploma, this first cohort. But as we progress, Chair, we hope that we can get a better product, and we take note of all these contributions from the members of parliament, which are continue to infuse them into our discussions.
Madam Chair, supplementary, it is quality, to deal with quality. The table shows academic staff, establishment, 561. You have filled 43. Yes. And you say that is quality. Really.
By the way, Honorable Mudimi will share a heart on that. But for me, as a person who sits in that committee, I know this baby is still a baby.
Honorable Silas, thank you.
I know, Madam Chair, you will not want to hear that, but that is the truth.
No, we took notes.
The baby is still a baby. We need to give it milk.
Honorable colleagues,
yeah.
Whether a baby or not, we must plan well. It's about planning. Because when I heard the PSA, you know, the time we changed Chambo go to a university, we are realizing that we are compromising the quality of the teachers. Then what did you base on to transit? Was it researched? Was it out of excitement? What had happened? So this is homework. I mean, let's plan systematically. Because you change Chambo, go to something different. You then realize that, you know, we are missing out on something. That shows that we don't do enough research when we are doing some of these things. And I mean, if there is one of the sectors that has high risk in terms of quality is education. And you've made most of these teachers hate the profession. And I don't know whether you know how COVID affected you. When people went to make chips and chicken and they got money, most of them, I mean, abandoned the education sector. They resort, you went to border, they realized that they can do more money make more money from borders than the education sector. So, So people complain about the quality in primary, quality in secondary, quality, you know. Let's move, honorable colleagues. We have 3.8, failure to have government secondary schools in some sub-counties. The auditor notes that out of analysis of data from the Department of Government Secondary Schools, it shows that as of June 2025, out of the 2,197 sub-counties, only 1,015% of the secondary school. Out of the 2,000 sub-counties, 1,015%
maybe Chair,
had secondary schools.
Those who are looking for 3.8 may not get it. Is to ours is 3.6.5.
Yeah,
page 34.
It is 3.65. About the number of secondary schools that we do have versus the sub-counties. Can you submit on that? We have gaps. We conclude that we answered that.
Chair, yes, we have gaps and they are real because of the increased population, but we don't yet have money to build for each sub-county.
Do you have a list of these sub-counties that don't have schools? Is it an attachment?
I don't know this.
Chair, you had guided that we provide this information to you.
Okay. Let's get details of this.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Thank you. How are we helping the Ugandans out there in sub-counties that do not have these schools? Should they have hope that these schools will be constructed soon, or it is such a long time that they should give up? Maybe we need to get at least something about that, Madam Accounting Officer. Other than just telling us that we do not have funds to construct schools in these sub-counties.
Chair. Yes, yes.
Chair, thank you. As the committee had already been informed, we have some projects that with our partners that we're undertaking, that is USIP and UGift. And then we also have the ULAND that PS already informed the team about. So we thought this will fill the gap. In the meantime, as we again continue planning and we hope for funding to cover the gap.
Just tell them for now they can go to private schools because they are available. Yeah, you know, also, but you can as you plan advise her that private schools are there, and also encourage the private sector to build more schools. So because I would ask that in this financial year, the running financial year, how many schools have you planned to construct? Or gradually, what is your plan in construction in filling these gaps?
Chair, some of these sub-counties have existing schools which had already actually requested to be taken over under grant aiding. And we had, as you see, it's 1,000 sub-counties without at the moment, 1,000, I think 05. So we had picked at least 100 of the most deserving where there are already existing schools and had already applied. We had put it in our budget, but it was left out for grant aiding,
So
because we get them in from both directions. So the issue is about money. Chair, even as we are focusing on PDM as a nation, if we don't have children who go through quality education and progress, those gains are going to be lost. So since you are meeting a finance chair, really this issue is so serious.
So investment in education,
should be prioritized.
Is one way of protecting the gains.
Yes, seriously.
No, Madam Chair, but we needed to get it clearly. I think she wanted us to repurpose the PDM towards, instead of prioritizing other investments, other pillars. You pull the money back to education.
Service delivery is one of the pillars.
Chair.
Colleagues, yes, Honorable Susan.
Chair, thank you very much. The PS previously stated is that one of the requirements to have these schools is for Ugandans in these areas to provide land. PS, could we call on to Ugandans now, those who have land, to provide to you as the minister so that such areas can get the schools in place?
Chair, if we can get commitment from finance that we can, for example, do 200 schools this coming financial year, then we will definitely get back to you and say, we now need those areas, yes. But we can't now promise people when we don't yet have a promise for money. It will be difficult to sustain.
Maybe, Chair, just to run from the PS, you know this matter concerns you as well as us, and mostly us. I agree with you. While they were included in the other financial year, no funds were given. But as if again they were rolled over in the running financial year. Still no funds.
Chair, for the last 2 years when I have been back, the statement we get is budget within the budget of the year before. So we have not had money to do anything. That is where we stand.
At least once an opportunity comes, you'll be aware that Uganda North has 3 sub-counties without. So we have been following this matter in and out.
Make proposals for the intervention of the private sector. 3.7 mandate overlaps and ambiguities affecting regulation of higher education and TVET sectors. The auditor noted that the universities and other tertiary institutions, this CAP 262 assigns the National Council of Higher Education for the responsibility to do those. Where are the overlaps? Do we have conflict of duties in this?
Chair, what was provided for in the universities and other tertiary institutions was that all institutions above high school, above secondary, would be taken care of under that law. So that is where National Council for Higher Education was supposed to regulate and so on. Now, when the TVET Act came in place, all TVET, all technical vocational institutions were now brought into the TVET system. So that's where the conflict seemed to be. However, we sought guidance from the Attorney General, and he gave us guidance. Chair, it's here, a copy is here, on how to go about it. And the guidance in summary is that all that are TVET should now be considered under the TVET Act, and all that are not TVET but higher will be considered under the National Council for Higher Education.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
It will be now good for our team to quickly do something around this guidance from the Attorney General, because we need now to harmonize. On a paper, things must be harmonized so that we can be able to move together. And this guidance is good enough. We simply need to initiate the process of harmonizing, and then things will be okay.
Yeah, because the whole thing is about who has which program.
Yes. Chair, we have been holding meetings, including inviting all universities and all this. We've been holding meetings, but we have not concluded, but we are in process.
You could do a roadmap so that we know by such a time we are done.
Yes, Honorable Sarah.
Yeah, Chair, I think I want to appreciate the ministry for indicating that they are now developing regulations which will actually help clear the confusion and provide more clarity. However, can we know where you are with the regulations? Because we know that certain times ministries relax after laws have been passed, and the regulations may take 5-10 years before they are actually passed. So where are you with the regulations, and when do we hope to have them passed by cabinet?
Madam Chair, there is some narrative on the same on page 39. 2 regulations are already complete. They are actually now under with the Solicitor General, and others are under development. So we are in the process.
Could you provide timelines?
But we were told they are in piecemeal.
Because
they are
it takes
not
forever.
bringing them at a go.
Having
Bit
them
by
with the
bit.
Solicitor General may take forever.
So, honorable colleagues, we take note of these ambiguities, and the author brought them out very well. Hope the guidance from the Solicitor General, the Attorney General, will have this solved. Let's hope so. We are also going to read through and see how we can make recommendations in our report. 3.8, management of scholarships. Absence of a harmonized national scholarship policy and governance structure. It was noted that Uganda does not have a harmonized national scholarship policy. Instead, scholarship programs are independently administered by multiple government agencies, including the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Health, and various foreign missions. Fragmented governance may result in the duplication of roles as multiple ministries negate and administer scholarship slots. Additionally, common standards for beneficiary selection, cost management, or reporting may not be documented. How can this happen? But honorable colleagues, I want also to inform you, for some of you who've moved with to missions abroad, we are doing badly in line of scholarships, very, very badly. So that's why this scattering of these scholarships everywhere, Ugandans are at loss. Yes, Honorable Silas.
First of all, you may note that this particular query has been recurring for the last 3 audit years. It has always resurfaced. So maybe you need to do something about it. Because now it is becoming a big accumulation. One time it will go beyond a query, because now it is over recurring. We need to do something about it.
Yes, Honorable Sarah.
Chair, last year we did raise this same matter when the committee appeared before us. Sorry, the ministry appeared before this committee. And I don't know why the ministry could not think, because under the students' loan scheme, at least there is some clearer format.
But they are not followed.
Yeah, even if it's not followed, but at least people know.
At least even if it's cassava, there is lunch.
Yes, at least there is some some semblance of some semblance of transparency. So why can't this scholarship scheme, since it concerns our students, also be centralized under them, including those other offers? I thought that State House scholarships had also been brought under the ministry. But I still get people telling me, in this district, they were given 30 scholarships. What are you people doing? How do we promote this? So I just wanted to make a proposal that the ministry could also use the same scheme to advertise these scholarships, because students regularly visit this students' loan scheme.
Honorable Elijah.
I have been tickled by the issues of the student loan scheme. And you see, for the last 3 years, I've been trying to follow up this matter, because when we passed this law, it was meant to be mainly for affirmative action, to help the underprivileged. But when you look at for the past 3 years, if you see how they are given, it does not reflect what we passed in the law. I thought now by the time it goes to the ministry after rationalization, this should have been sorted out. But I'm surprised that I have here the list per district. If you looked at it, it is very unfair. No, I just ran out to pick it from the list that I laid to Parliament last time. Yeah. So, Honorable Pendi, don't answer things the way you are putting it. Because if you looked at, how can Karenga district have 0? We asked the minister, that Honorable Peter Gwang, that please can you bring, because they are giving the reasons like the Honorable Pendi saying that they didn't apply. We said, please can you provide the list of all the applicants per district. Up to today, they have not. The Committee of Education was given 2 weeks by Honorable Taiba to produce a report. Up to today, nothing. I don't know whether it's a conspiracy or what. I will continue speaking for this. Let me just read for you, Chair, and you see the unfairness.
You know, the challenge you have. Where is that list? Is it part of...
I did lay on the table, so I just went to pick my last time. But because I have the facts, so I want to bring to your attention, Chairperson, I beg that you allow me to speak for the disadvantaged.
No, as
I will not take long, 3 minutes.
Let's take note of this, honorable colleagues. As we do allow our colleague to submit that list, with all fairness, at least it would be a list from, because we don't know, we are not so sure. Do they agree to what you are submitting? That is the unfair part of. That's why I look at it as being unfair on their part. For me to, to start, what we can do, Honorable, can you forward us that list so that we can see what is.
Chair, there is a ministry website, but also we ask the copies are brought, and I laid this in the house. If you did not get a copy, I can refer you to the answer and what was laid on the
now, honorable colleague, can you allow the secretariat a minute? Can you allow the secretariat to run a few copies from what you are submitting? We give them a copy. As you read, they also follow. Because it would be unfair on my part to be reading a list that they are not privy to. Because they are the ones who respond to it.
It's okay. It's okay.
So give the secretariat. We are not going to leave this unanswered. Give him a copy. As soon as he comes back, we embark on that matter.
And since they are coming back, even if they need time, because
they are going
to come back, they will take this copy. They come back with what we had asked the committee, which were directed by the to bring. So I can give this.
Honorable, I thank you for taking that extra step. Please go and run like 10 copies out of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
My request would be to ask the Ministry of Education maybe to provide us with a list that we shall trust.
No, the fact that he tabled it on the floor, that's why let's share it for a while and we see if they agree with it, we debate it. If they don't, they submit a real list.
What if they say this is not the copy?
No, good enough, they are here. They are here. Okay. The colleague is on the Committee of Education. He's volunteering information. So if he brings, that's why I was saying it would be unfair for him to read without them having a list. It would be unfair on their part. So that's why I'm saying let's run copies, give the accounting officer a copy, and the team will also look through and we see whether we agree on the information that is being, whatever we are saying here is on record, So it's good to rely on information that is authentic.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Silas.
The guidance you've given is good. Let the list be run, and it is also looked at by the, of course, aware that that list is not it is not audited, but since it was laid in the House, let it be received. However, Madam Chair, we looked at this issue the last time we had an engagement with Ministry of Education, and it has been a recurrent. And I don't know whether through the recommendations that we make, we should also emphasize on the Treasury memoranda. We should emphasize next time we see an issue that we looked at the other time, we need to know what response came out from you in terms of avoiding the same scenarios continuing. I know the Treasury memoranda has delayed to come in terms of our recommendations, but now to you, it makes you a bit look untidy. The same thing here in, here out. The same thing here in, here out. Now that one that Honorable Cooper has raised, it was a concern here. Now that the loans scheme has come to you, how possible can it be for you to integrate these two, so that we see those who can benefit from the other loan scheme and those who can benefit from what? From this scholarship, cut across the country.
Yes.
All what we are looking for is fairness.
Do we need this harmonized? Because for me, from my observation, if this issue has been reoccurring, could be to Madam PS. Do we need this? Do we need a harmonized national scholarship policy? Do we need it?
Chair, we do, and we took the comments of last meeting seriously, and we had many other issues on higher education. So we started developing a policy on higher education. It's actually now awaiting a minute, an agenda on cabinet, and it has all these areas, some of which you've talked about, including funding higher education. So we didn't ignore. We have been doing something about it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Silas.
Yeah. First of all, we have taken a long time without going to State House. And I thought that a park can go there. Because we need to see our mother and discuss some of these very special issues. A policy of this nature, sometimes when it refuses to come out of its chamber where it is tied, maybe the problem is that it is politically motivated. So we may need to go and discuss with the First Lady. We've taken long without going to State House. It is on record, Madam Chair.
When you say that you have taken long without going to see No, actually, when he says we have taken long, it's as if he's insinuating that we've been going there. Sir, on record, we have never gone there, and we don't operate parliamentary business from State House. However, as a personal initiative, you can go on a personal ground to find out how.
I can't go without my chair. I need to have my chair.
You can
because you give instructions when I should speak, when I should be quiet.
You can benchmark from Honorable Kabusu on how. But, Honorable colleagues, this is a very important matter. You know how scholarships are, you know how of need to our country. Some of us might afford, some of you might afford, but there are those who need that simple chance, that only one. We are doing badly on issues of scholarships. And even where we have tried to extend this service, there is a lot of inequality, unfairness. There is no equity. If you bring out those lists, one can wonder whether there is a single region that specializes in getting scholarships. So we are interested in getting that list, much as the Honorable Okupa has offered to give us his list. We need a list from you. For the financial 24-25, how many scholarships did you offer? And how many were you meant to offer? Because we need to see the performance.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I think we can do that. If we are talking about external scholarships, which countries offer once in a while through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, those ones are made public, and of late we've been sending a copy to the clerk whenever they give, so that they can tell their constituency members that there are now these opportunities. But we are looking at the whole system of even the merit-based scholarships, the 4,000. The policy is looking at all of them.
Definitely, we are looking at all, but we start with you. We start with the fairness from what you have within your ministry. That is why we are calling for us. The beauty is, all the stakeholders you are talking about are going to appear before this committee. They will all bring their lists on plan versus performance. So, honorable colleagues, we take note that as a country, we don't have an harmonized national scholarship policy and governance structure when it comes to issue of offer of scholarships, and the consequences are known. Absence of a centralized scholarship management information system and student register. So, you see, without the policy, you can't have the system. The same lack of, this is different, 3.9. Lack of substantive appointed head teachers in secondary schools. Madam PS, the auditor noted that 189 secondary schools with a total enrollment of 107,355 students continue to operate without substantively appointed head teachers. Additionally, the auditor noted that 165 schools out of 189 did not have substantive head teachers. Sorry, deputy teachers, as indicated in Appendix 8. This is from the Auditor General's report. You don't have any intentions of appointing substantive head teachers. What do you gain out of this? What is your interest, Madam PS? Is it also, does this fall under reservation scheme? Are you reserving them to some people who are still in school?
No, Chair.
Or the upgrading? You know, these things happen in Uganda. Some people, you reserve. They are somewhere upgrading, and at a certain period, you will fill the positions.
Chair
Reservation
and
schemes also.
Chair and members, in November 2024, we submitted the 223 caretaker head teachers positions to the Education Service Commission, but only 66 candidates made the
You submitted how many?
223 who are caretaking to the Education Service Commission. But out of these, only 66 candidates made the qualifications. So we opened up the advertisement. Even after re-advertisement and exhaustion of the reserve list, that means we could not attract the required number of qualified head teachers. Yes. That's why we need unity. That's why we need unity up and running.
Go on record that after how many years of independence? After how many, are they 63 years of independence? Our country cannot afford to recruit 223 head teachers.
The challenge is not that the country failed to recruit. The challenge is telling us that this country cannot have 200 qualified head teachers.
Can you imagine?
Can this be really a fact that we can fail to attract or to find 200 qualified head teachers?
In any case,
when we had a challenge here,
do we qualify to have a ministry of education?
Yes.
Actually, this is an indictment on them.
Chair. Maybe let's just hear the minimum requirements. Just the minimum, basic. What are the basic requirements? Just the basic. Yes. Just.
With all the universities that we have.
Honorable colleagues, our sister this side is going to, she's going to quantify. I'm telling you, one cannot believe, Madam PS.
Can I request the Commissioner of Human Resource, but I'm also hoping that you are going to interact with the Education Service Commission, which does the recruitment, and they will show you that what they gave us, what we put here is what they gave us.
Honorable colleagues, this is purely unacceptable, and I'm telling you, we have the time. This is the first time we are going to have somebody give us information on oath, so that if any single statement, any single word changes, I'm going to turn one of my colleagues into a state attorney. We cause a charge sheet from here, we straight away, because one cannot believe. Sincerely speaking, we can't. No bail. And if there is bail, cash bail of 100 million, because these are the things that happen nowadays. But before we put our sister on oath, before we go there, no, you state it again properly, well, very sure, carefully. You repackage it, aware that every single word that is said
but with the minimum requirement, just minimum, basic minimum.
Let her first state what she is sure of, and make sure whatever you are not sure of, reserve it to yourself.
Chair, but you see, she's reading their response. Let her read it verbatim. She's reading the response.
No, I've given her the liberty to tell us what is the truth. Speak the truth, what she understands of this.
Chair, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Commission of Human Resources will give us the bare minimum of standards we need for a head teacher.
But no, for me, what I want you to state again is that an advert was run for you to recruit 223 teachers, and in the whole country, only 66.
Those were caretakers.
So how many did you look? These were caretakers.
Yes, we
Then
submitted.
when you ran the second advert, what happened?
As per your guidance, we were intending to give priority to those who are caretaking. So when we submitted them to be assessed, only 66 could meet our qualifications.
Well done for part one.
Yes,
then
so
part
that's
two.
why we decided to open up to advertise for the rest. Yeah.
Oh, no, we give you credit for that. Then what happened when you ran an open advert? When you advertised? No, part one is done. Please, we extend our flowers to you. Thank you for considering the caretakers. Now back to part two. What happened?
The Commissioner HRS of Human Resources will give us what happened next.
Honorable Cooper, I request that we first hear from them.
Some clarification. You see, when you read this, I wanted to get, we'll say, in November 2024, the ministry submitted 223 caretaker head teachers positions to education.
Honorable Cooper, kindly.
I'm getting there, Chairman. I don't know today why you are very impatient with me.
Proceed. No, the reason as to why, because we have the response.
Maybe today I'm very far from you.
No, we have the response. No, the reason as to why I didn't want us to take that direction. We have the response, she has read it. Now we are saying,
you see,
we want to
I would
differ.
have finished by now if you are not interjected.
Okay, you proceed.
In November 2024, the ministry submitted 223 caretaker head teacher positions to the Education Service Commission, but only 66 candidates met the qualifications. By the time the ministry submits this, which means they have looked at it, by the time they appointed them, they knew they would qualify. So is it just the interviews that they failed? Because if you are, by the time you forward the names, by the time you appoint them as caretakers, which means you are satisfied with them to some level, but you wanted to formalize them. That's why you are sending them to Education Service Commission for interviews. Is it the interviews that they failed, or they did not have qualification? That's what's one. Yeah, otherwise they will not be qualified if you are forwarding them. So you must choose your words carefully. Were they qualified? What did they fail in Education Service Commission? These are people who have been caretaking.
Thank you, Chair. Let us allow
the first part. That's the
Human
first part. Before we go to the second part.
Now, as we go for part two, because I doubt whether she can commit herself on what they failed on, because when this one submit to the Service Commission, it's the Service Commission that has the criteria and these others. So let's hear from the head HR. We are going to interface with the public service, and even these others, they will.
Education
and on
service.
Monday.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issue of the headship of our schools is a big challenge that we have been grappling with as a ministry, because these head teachers are retiring almost every day. So even as you try to fill in positions, you still get gaps here and there. So as my colleague has submitted, in 2024, we submitted the 223 caretaker head teachers to Education Service Commission. Out of those 223, we were given 66 successful appointed as head teachers. Now, we then requested that, okay, since these ones have not, it was not even half of the number that we had submitted. So we requested that some of those positions should be advertised internally, so that all the others who were not caretaking can have opportunity to apply and compete. So the positions were advertised. People applied internally.
people applied, competed, and again we were given, I don't remember the number offhand now, 169, my colleague is reminding me.
You were given 169?
Yes. Now, we had also advertised the 91 seed schools. Surprisingly, we couldn't attract the 91 head teachers. So out of the 91 head teachers, I think we only got 40-something under the seed schools. Now, we again requested the Education Service Commission to pick from the reserve so that we can have them deployed to some of the schools. And that is the information we received, that they had exhausted the reserve list. Now, these head teachers go through competence written exams. Right from the time of the shortlisting, they are subjected to competence-based written exams, and they keep eliminating them. Now, the ones that proceed to oral interviews are the ones that they put on the order of merit. So the other ones could have applied, yes, they qualified, but maybe they didn't go through the other processes up to the last stage of oral interviews. So when we requested for those who had successfully gone through that entire process, we were told we have exhausted the reserve list. Chair, now we are in the process of again submitting. As we speak, again we have gone almost the same number of schools without head teachers. So it is something that really we have been working along and trying to see how we can fill those positions. So that is the position. Qualifications for head teacher, you need to have a master's degree in education. You need 12 years relevant working experience in a government school or in a government-aided school, 3 of which you should have served as a substantive deputy head teacher.
Can you imagine?
Besides the other obvious ones, a degree in education, registration as a teacher with the Ministry of Education. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Honorable Elijah.
So why have we, because we have said they forwarded the names, they got less. They did internal advert. So why haven't they done external advert? Maybe that, because that's going to be a wider coverage to capture. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Rukwan.
Chairperson, I have understood the human resource scenario. I happen to be in the board of commissioner for recruitment for some times. When you get those nitty-gritties of aptitude and whatever, aptitude does not test the qualification, does not test anything, but it's a measure to reduce the number from the highest level to what we can get. And therefore, one thing in recruitment is that for you to be shortlisted, it means you qualify for that position. And therefore, aptitude is just reduced. And of course, the only thing I see is a system. I am one of the factors of this case. I was a caretaker even when I was 17 years. And the ministry itself was not able to put any, let me say, it's not a waiver as such, but any advert, for example. When you put conditions like you must have served as a substantive whatever, and yet positions for substantive appointments have not been put in place for people to what? To advertise. Now you are putting head teacher. When did you put for the deputy? When did you put for senior? When sometimes it is a system. If for now, I would suggest that if a teacher, for example, has finished the years in teaching in a government institution, and of course, it was not his problem that he could not get a promotion, which is a ministry's problem. They must really be able to understand the internal problem. It's not the teacher's issue. That's why when they say they cannot attract, I don't understand that. And because of such, many people have opted out. Because the ministry will ask you every year, every term, they will say, bring your documents, you take. The same day, they bring the next week. What? But nothing is done. let's check our system such that the systems can inform the progress of the system.
Thank you,
Thank you,
thank you, Honorable. I've been, I carefully listened to the qualifications that is required of a head teacher. I wanted to relate it to the payment, the salary, because that is also very important. Relate your requirements. You know, the specifications are simply too high. How many of you can work? For example, how much do you pay head teacher? How much do you pay? Tell us how much.
Chair, a science teacher is paid 6.5 million.
Then arts?
And the arts is 2.3.
2.3. So from your 2.3 million,
and that's gross.
You want a master's, 12 years of experience, you must have constructed a house, you must have gone to German. With your 2.3.
Chairperson, that's gross. That is gross.
That is, you know, consolidated. Sincerely, we appreciate the standard, but it must be commensurate to the reward, the salary. You know, because for you, how many of somebody who has reached that standard, how many of them can really come and show interest in this? So for me, I think we also need to look at, for the 6.5 for the scientists, you can somehow, somewhere, but look at the 2.3. This discrepancy alone, that is the reason as why you failed. These are the issues affecting the education sector. Even if I was the one, we are all head teachers. I mean, do you relax on the qualifications of the science teachers? Do you relax on them? All must have the same qualifications. So why do you give us different qualifications? I mean, the same qualifications but with a different pay. You want a master's, both of us. So for the fact that you pay me less, let me have a certificate. So, honorable colleagues, these are things we should genuinely look at. The practicability of what we are speaking to. Honorable Elijah.
And also, I don't know why Education Service Commission, I think in the last 2 years, introduced the issue of aptitude test to these old people. Aptitude test, even if they brought us here, including themselves. I don't know how many can get 30 because they are going to test you speed, accuracy, and effectiveness. You don't know what can pass these things. This is
with the aptitude. If you subjected those who are doing teaching practice, in other words, who haven't even taught for a number of years, okay, you get like 50 of them, then you get those who have been caretaking, 50 of them, you subject them to the aptitude. Those ones who are doing their teaching practice, who haven't even become full teachers, will pass highly compared to those ones who have been in existence. And that is a fact.
So,
yes, Honorable.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Chair, can we?
Absolutely. But
Chair, can we allow
Madam Chair.
Let's first sort out.
If we get out, we don't come back. If we get out, we don't come back.
Let's proceed. They have somebody has moved down to handle that situation. So we take note. We take note of the lack of substantive appointment of head teachers and deputy teachers. And the efforts, you want to give us the efforts you are making?
Yes, Chair. The efforts we are making these last 2 years, we have consistently been submitting. So we shall continue, both for the new schools which are coming on board, but also for the old schools where teachers have retired or something has happened.
So also think about the reasons as to why when you run adverts you don't attract. Look at those so many. Why?
Chair, those standards are not ours. They are public service standards in the standing orders.
No.
So that's what we use.
Standards are not custom. For me, sometimes we sympathize with you. When you are talking about standing orders, the standing orders must stand. But when you come to service delivery, you bend. So some of these things, you know, yeah, the standing orders should stand all the time. But when it comes to these other, so Madam PS, we appreciate the issue of standard. But we must also look at the practical part of what we are doing. Standing orders can always be revised. They can't stand where they can't apply. They are in the wrong place. Actually, your standing orders are standing in the wrong place. You tell them to see how best we can, you know. Let us be, I don't know. But
Madam Chair.
What is good with a standing order that cannot serve the purpose? Yes, they are there. But I mean, you cannot get people to fit the standard that you've set. You've set the bar high. 2 million, 2.3 million, even if it's where you. 2.3 million for all those, you know, so high. You must have gone to Germany. You must have, you know, moved in a plane to become an head teacher to be paid 2.3 million. That is why people are leaving the profession.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment on one thing, and that is aptitude. I know aptitude today has become a problem, but aptitude is just one method of decomposing that is trying to filter in the so many applicants or applications that are received. But you can go for aptitude can also involve interface to assess on the intellect and the direction that you want to take in terms of attracting that human resource we are talking about. But the real aptitude that has been adopted in the modern day today is a problem. Like Honorable Choma said, if we are all subjected here to aptitude, we will all go. So I would request that let the human resource team do aptitude assessment of these people by interfacing with them and be able to gauge and assess on how to reduce, decompose on those applicants in order to sieve them for the next level. I know it is the first line of recruitment and selection. First line is aptitude. But let's see a more convenient way to enable us to have these resources absorbed. Remember, Madam Chair, that there is wage for this team. So we are holding on to resources that would have been important in other departments or other sectors of government. But we keep holding it, and here, in, out, it is rolling back. It is being returned back to the treasury.
Appendix B shows, appendix, is it 8?
To put another way, Madam Chairperson, to put another way, in modern organizations, they are organized courses to appraise employees if they were recruited, for example, with challenges, and you appraise employees. With education, I'm a teacher, I am a person, a secondary school teacher, with some experience, although I never joined your payroll over those challenges, you know, in schools. But what I'm advising, even Ministry of Education can adopt that. It is a modern and standard practice. If they take sub-county chiefs to Chankwanzi or from Mchaka and they come and pose around, if Ministry of Education had probably a curriculum to appraise teachers whom you think would have been recruited and did not fulfill probably some of the standards you had set, we can improve them and appraise them. We don't need to keep these positions vacant because we can't create beyond what the standards Ministry of Education said. I think so.
Thank you, Honorable. Inadequate staffing of science teachers in secondary schools. Response.
guide on which number is that?
That is 3.10. The review of the auditor revealed that 29 secondary schools with a total enrollment of 11,750 students continue to operate without meeting the minimum staffing requirements for science subjects.
Thank you, Chair and members. Thank you, Chair. The Ministry continues to recruit and post teachers, including science teachers, in a phased manner as resources and wage allows. For example, on January 5th this year, the Education Service Commission appointed 43 science education officers. In addition, the Ministry through the Education Service Commission also advertised 462 positions for education officers, out of which 331 are for science teachers, and 297 assistant education officers, out of which 132 are for science teachers. The deadline for this is was 13th February 2026.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, there are areas we regard as hard to reach. Those mountainous areas where I come from. Normally, they recruit teachers, especially from other parts. So the moment they access the payroll, they transfer. So now the school again, it goes back to square one. That's happening now. When you go to Bulambuli, I'm from Bulambuli. So these teachers will receive them, but they hardly stay in the school for 2 years. They access the payroll, they transfer to other schools. So really, Madam PS, I don't know whether you are aware of this or it's news to you.
And you will have to speak to those that for these ones that have no 5 secondary schools with a total enrollment of 1,132, they had no science teacher at all. What do these ones do? How do they operate?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. As they would prepare to respond to that, I wanted to add some information to what Honorable Mudimi put forward. My district is Karangala. Karangala, Buvuma, Manayingo, and Kome are island districts or constituencies where teachers would struggle to go through the Education Service Commission and get appointed. The ministry deploys them, like Honorable Mudimi has said. It is very quick to transfer from a school where you are deployed than accessing a payroll or getting appointed. We had a practice, I know it wasn't backed by NLO, but one Bokassa Secondary School, they allowed the head teacher to look around for suitable teachers. They were examined, interviewed, and later on appointed. They had a working understanding that until at least after 5 years, those teachers were not to transfer. And they worked. Even after 5 years, some continued to work. But without such stringent measures, almost all these city secondary schools you have given to our constituencies, when teachers access the payroll, I don't know how they maneuver in the ministry so quickly to run away. The ministry should put measures of how to retain those teachers in our schools. Almost in our island schools, science classes, we don't have teachers. We don't have teachers.
Okay, response?
Maybe Chairperson, as they respond, it's just a rejoinder on my friend. My case is more peculiar, I can only say, just like his. My only one government-aided school in the Olo district called Jubilee has had trouble. The Olo district is only one. Now I think they are, I've been battling, they are now coming to 3 actually. I was with the human resource. I want to inquire, when the only science teachers who are there who even served for long. When they had the recruitment, some of them were not taken. And even those ones who were taken were removed on transfer. Do you take analysis of who to take and what to replace? Because if you take like there, I don't know what happens. People are there struggling, suffering in whatever condition said they had to reach their place of no return. But in this sense, somebody has stayed in those conditions and you are bring another person. Immediately the person is even brought. Will only pay the condition of the school. The next day you can say, I'm going to report to my school and come back up to tomorrow. What measures are you putting in place to save like us anyway in this scenario?
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Sarah.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, recall that the Auditor General's report for the last financial year raised concerns about the disparity in pay between the arts teachers and the science teachers. And because of the enhanced pay of the science teachers, most of them were actually seeking for early retirement because it was giving them better pension, and already they would even get their gratuity, which was huge. So I am wondering whether the ministry received that Auditor General's report to see the actual implication of that high pay disparity and what the ministry is doing. I know you have enhanced arts teachers by 25%, but it will not resolve the issue of now science teachers retiring early. So I hope that you can look for that Auditor General's report. Or if you don't know, I have told you, and find solutions to that problem. Secondly, Chair, when you look at this issue, much as we are talking of inadequate staffing of science teachers, but there is a question of having science teachers without laboratories. We have schools that have no laboratories. I have a school that performs so well, a rural school in Kirewa. It is actually Kirewa SS in Tororo district. Doing very well, but without science laboratories, without even teachers' houses, not a single teacher's house, without yes, no solar, no nothing. This was a community school. How I wish the ministry can really see how to support this Kirewa Senior Secondary School with at least a science laboratory. I had got some partners who wanted to help, but unfortunately they got challenges. So PS, such a school needs to be appreciated. Imagine amidst the challenges they are facing, but they do well. So how I wish that that can be. No, they try. The teachers are committed. So I just wanted to bring that the issue of laboratories. You can't have science teachers without laboratories.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Grania, as we plan to wind up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable Sarah has also reminded me of a project that was started by Ministry of Education in one of my schools in Movende district in Madudu sub-county, and that was of a laboratory building. This was constructed to a level that they even put the sinks and all those other things, working benches that needed to be worked on. That does, I want to believe that that is not only happening in Movende, but there are a number of projects that are happening all over the country. And that puts the taxpayers' money to waste if a project lies there, not serving the purpose that it was meant to serve for a number of years. Because this project stalled, I think, from 2020. It is such a long time. This is a school that produces very good grades amidst those challenges. Actually, the students in that school have to move to another school which is private to do those practicals. So you better do something for such projects that are stolen for so long all over the country. Thank you.
On record, we have some schools here that have 0 science teachers, and we want to learn from you. How do they do it? How do they do it? How do they survive? You know, not even a single science teacher. Where these ones, do they have exceptional curriculum that does not allow them to take on sciences? One of them is Asamuk Seed School, though it didn't indicate the location. We don't know where this school is. Then Old Kole Seed School. Then we have Reyre Seed School. Then we have Bukinda Seed School. Then we have Ruhija Seed School. Then Bugobabiro Seed School. So, you know, Bumadu Seed School, many of them, all of these ones, sincerely speaking, what plans do we have for these schools? And how do you rate? Do we rate them at the same? Is the rating the same with these others that have teachers?
Thank you, Chair. The Commissioner of Human Resources would respond to that one.
Thank you, Chair. Through my PS, I think by the time the auditors went to these schools, we had not posted teachers. These seed schools are part of the 91 seed schools. So it's not true that they don't have science teachers. Samuk Seed School in Amuria district.
Commissioner, are these schools operational?
Yes.
Auditor, because this is a very serious accusation. Because when you say that the teachers are there, but the auditor did not see them, the school is operational. The time the auditor went there, there were no teachers for science subjects. Then you are saying the teachers were there. So could the auditor come in to clarify what they meant by this? Auditor, can you come on board on the schools that have no science teachers? Is it true?
Madam Chair, at the time of audit, there were no secondary school science teachers deployed in the schools that we have identified.
Was the school operational?
Yes, they are operational.
Yes, you can proceed, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, these are the 91 seed schools, most of them. As you remember, there were delays in recruitment. We posted the teachers. I think we started posting them. We got the minutes from the Education Service Commission, I think, around July. That is when we started posting the teachers. So the teachers have got, the schools have got the science teachers. Now, because they were posted around from July up to around September.
The query is sustained, but Commissioner, just take our displeasure on the way that this item, because in any case, why did you allow the school to operate? You have no teachers, the schools are operational. You deploy later, what is the remedy for those that, you know, that are 3.1, 3.11 Busoga University
maybe I can
Task Force. We've moved Busoga University Task Force. On the missing Busoga University, on the missing former student information. We realized that there are students who are supposed to graduate from that university, but they didn't because of missing records. Review of the Miingo verification report on the former Busoga University revealed that 1,286 students had been identified to have completed their studies at the time Busoga University's license was revoked and were awaiting graduation. Busoga University Limited later submitted a revised list of 1,938 potential graduates, which included individuals not appearing in the National Council of Higher Education Miingo list. Management engaged a consultant to clean the existing Excel-based student data and develop an MS Access database. However, information for 475 former students, such as registration numbers, year of completion, school, and program, was missing from the records provided. The task force, provided by the task force at handover. The list is on Appendix 10. So these 475 that are missing on the list will never graduate. The missing student information was attributed to the non-centralized system of storage of files and failure by the prior university management to maintain electronic records. Failure to recover the records to ensure graduation of all affected students could lead to litigation. So, PS, the team from Busoga, we want to welcome our colleagues from Busoga. Welcome to Kampala. This is Kampala City. Catch up with the environment. You know, we know it is different, but we are. So, PS,
but Madam
Honorable Chair,
before they respond, we need some bit of clarity. I've read somewhere called Busoga University Limited. Public university.
Chair, can I raise a concern? My apology, I have an engagement. You know what I am following. But I just wanted to find out. I recall we had, while meeting the Ministry of Education, we had proposed, let us stop tribalizing universities. When you say Busoga University, then the Japs will say we want a Japadola University, then Langis will say we want Langwe University. Can we have a more national name? If you call it Source of the Nile, what is the problem? Ujinja University, instead of Busoga. We raised this, and the ministry, and the ministry had assured us that they would remove this tribalization of universities. And I'm glad Lira became Lira, Soroti University. Why not Jinja University? Instead of
the beauty is the task force is with us. They will tell us on how far they have gone. So, PS.
Chair, I would like to request the chair of the task force, Professor, kindly respond to this issue.
Through the chair, through my PS, I would respond as this. We take note of the recommendation. As explained to the auditors, the task force has compiled academic records for 6,385 students that were admitted between 2013 and 2017 to identify those who are eligible for graduation once the institution is established as a public university. The process of graduation includes verification of students' records, and this will be undertaken by the Senate once it is fully constituted. I submit.
Thank you, Professor, for the submission, but I was just wondering, you know, the scenario is some of our sisters and brothers went to school. That was Busoga University. Whichever it is, whether limited or not, the license of the school was revoked. But for them, they are done with their studies. I don't know for how many years now. So we are going through all those processes. So somebody is out there waiting for graduation. Don't you think there is we are being unfair to those who went to school to attain education in a specified period of time? A degree for 3 years, let me graduate, look for business out there. The time you will normalize this, some will have died, some will have gone for marriage, and you know they are no longer interested in you. So I mean the time for, you know, I mean I don't know whether for you, is it normal? Doesn't it have any effect for those who pursued these degrees or whichever it is and expected to attain these to graduate within a specified period of time?
Madam PS, can I answer on your behalf? Chair, it's very nice that you are raising this question. We are coming to Parliament within a short time from now. I don't know when it will be. And it is under your hands to make sure that the plight of these Ugandans is solved, because you have to give us the law. If you have not given us the law, we cannot have council and the Senate which graduate students. But if we come to Parliament and we give us the law, this problem will disappear overnight. Thank you.
Chair, can I
Honorable
inform the professor that yes, it's true that we pass laws, but who initiates the laws? It's your ministry. It's from your department to the ministry. Have you done that? If you have done it, up to what level? Unless now you are asking a private member to start initiating it. But first is you to start the process, and have you submitted that to the minister, and has the minister submitted the Committee of Education?
Madam PS and Honorable Chair, this is a legal question. I have an answer, but I would like the ministry lawyer, Madam PS, if you can agree for the ministry lawyer to respond.
Professor, as the ministerial lawyer comes in, update us on the years. When was this? How many years are we talking about? When was the license revoked?
The license was revoked in 2017, and the process of establishing the university started in 2022.
I'm trying to figure out how many years they are for you. How many years are those from 2017? 9 years.
Can you imagine?
So people are going to attain degrees after 10, 15 years.
Because the essence of going to school, study and graduate, is finally get a job. Now you fit 9 years. Where are these people?
Have you tried? Do you know where some of these people are?
Can we be human?
Professor, people must be cursing you because 9 years somebody went to school, they spent their money. They spent their money. So that means one has to go to another university. That is what it means.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, I have my PS here. I can answer, but I'm hesitant to answer before the PS gives me the because this is a because the
Chair,
PS is
I
here.
gave him opportunity to answer questions around this area, so he has the.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam PS. Always when my supervisor is here, I'm, So anyway, the thing is, Chair, you are asking, let me paraphrase. Am I a parent to have people 9 years down the road, they don't have their degrees? These are processes and procedures that are established by law. The Parliament here sat and enacted a law, WOTIA, which governs all the actions that we take. And this law says for any person to graduate, there must be a university to begin with. We don't have a university, Busoga University. The law further says that for any graduation to take place, it is a council, rather Senate, that has to approve and verify and approve the graduation of a student. In the absence of Senate, our hands are tied. And furthermore, the task force here, Honorable Chair, does not have any mandate to graduate students, because the framers of the Memorandum of Agreement knew that the task force is not a university, and it's not a council, and it's not a senate. So our task is to establish the university, and after the university has been established, there will be council. After council, there will be senate, and the senate that will graduate students. So until Madam Chair, Parliament gives us a law, our hands are tied.
Professor, I want to learn from you. Busoga was a private university, isn't it?
Yes.
License revoked because you applied to be turned to a public what? A public university. What happened? Why was the license revoked?
So
they didn't meet the standard.
Didn't meet the standard.
Now, I want to really, we need to go slow on this. Who gave Busoga a license? Because I'm telling you, people should go to court. These things, you should not joke around with Ugandans. You waste my time in school. Because for me, I went to a school that is established. I mean, you'll find instances where for you who went to some schools, they revoke the licenses. You are rendered useless. So we want to know, who gave Busoga University a license? And Ugandans are there suffering out there because of somebody who, yes, PS, who gave them a license?
Madam Chair, the only agency we have that gives licenses, either to be established as a project, because for universities they first give you a license to be established as a project. Then they go back to check whether you have met the basics. That's when they give you the license to operate, as you now work hard to qualify to have a charter. So sometimes, Chair, even for schools, you go in and you check on it, they borrow textbooks from the neighbor and everything, and you think they have it, you go back and they don't. So when they went back, after some time, they discovered they didn't have what it took. So they revoked the license then, 2017. So in other words, between 2017 until now, we have no university in Busoga. Later on, His Excellency the President directed that a university be established, a public university this time. So the process started. One, they had provided land to be under the government, because it was then under the church. So that process took a long time. After that, we have now been able to get the land, as I reported. After getting land, they couldn't start where the infrastructure was. Yeah, so they had to rehabilitate what they would call their headquarters in Iganga, and that is what I said is just being completed. They have already requested National Council to go and check whether what they've done qualifies them to start as a university. Now, when National Council writes that report, they bring the report to the minister. And if the report meets what the National Council thinks should be for a university, then that's when they can now come to Parliament that you allow them to have an instrument.
Chair, who gives the license? That was the question.
I
Who
said
gave the
National
license?
Council, National Council for Education. But they
Okay.
start with a license to be a project.
But that's okay. But these people received their license. That's why we were asking who gave the license. So they were given a license by National Council of Higher Education.
Provisional. Chair, it's like when you are learning driving, you get a provisional license. When you go for tests and you don't pass, they don't give you. So that's what happened.
What did they have? Did they have provisional or did they got? What do they have? What was revoked? Provisional or they? What was revoked?
What was revoked was a provisional license.
You know, we are looking at the risk to those that applied to Busoga. Is there a batch that graduated from that university? Did they graduate any students? No. The task force can tell us. Had they graduated any students or not?
The university was established in 1999 and it graduated students from 1999 up to 2013. The private university.
So
it graduated students.
It was from which year?
1999 to 2013.
1999
so at the time
to
of
2013.
at the time
so those
of
were how many years? Honorable Elijah, quick. Those were 15. So you get a provisional license for 15 years. Now let's get serious. A provisional license.
It's for how long?
For 15 years. Meanwhile, you got a learner with a provisional driving permit, a driving license. You tell them to drive. Go on the road for life. Go on 15 years. And for the fact that you revoked the license, what is for these ones who had graduated? So for them, they okay. What they had, the system was well, and they had.
Chairperson, maybe we need to understand also how long is the provisional license? Chair. Usually, how long is the provisional license? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? The gentleman there was offering that information. I would love him to answer. P.S. Your neighbor there was offering the issue about provisional
Professor,
license.
tell us about the provisional license that you got.
So
You were
Chair,
part of the university.
I realize that there is a misunderstanding here. I and my colleague here, we are not part of the former establishment. Our work starts in 2022 when we are appointed by the Honorable Minister of Education to establish
a new public university. We are not talking about
Professor, chairperson, chair. Yeah, Professor, that's why I was not putting that question to you. I was about that. That's why I'm pushing the question to the gentleman who came in to offer information next to the PS. How long is the provisional license? Help us. Chairperson.
Chair.
But Madam Chair, as a consult, maybe we can learn from Professor. Since you are from the region, you can tell us the history. Not necessarily because you are not. Then we learn from that historical aspect.
Chair, I'm not sure whether I'm qualified enough to answer that because I was not part of that administration.
Chair, yeah. I want also to insist on your question.
Chair, maybe the PS can help because the gentleman next door is not helping us. PS, how long the provisional license is given for? How long? We need to be educated because, like the chairperson said, the provisional driving license is for 1 month.
Chair,
you can't continue having.
Chair.
It.
Yes, honourable colleagues, as we...
You mean even the minister doesn't know how long a provisional license lasts?
Do we have an issuing body here?
The issuing body is National Council for
National
Education.
Council of Higher Education.
But they're the mother body. They're supposed to know this.
Mother body, do you have information?
Provisional license.
All we ask the father body.
Chair, can I request someone representing higher education? Chair, can I request someone representing higher education to tell us how long is a provisional license? Because by the time it was closed, the system, the report we received in the system in 2017 was that the provisional license which had been given to Busoga University has now been revoked. But you can tell us how long it's supposed to take. Did they keep renewing? What happened?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, PS, for giving the opportunity. My name is Chiana John Pakony. I'm Assistant Commissioner in the Department of University Education and Training. I think let me stand because my voice seems not to be heard. Yeah, I think now it is better. Yeah. Now I'm talking first general because I have to bring it general after. The law says you should be in provisional license for 2 years. That means in the normal circumstances, by the time Busoga University was closed, should have been actually chartered university. But of course, circumstances prevail time and again in different universities we have in the country. You find many of them are operating on provisional license for many years. You see, but the law says you are supposed to operate for 2 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, but now the different condition prevails, and that's what happened.
Which conditions are those now? Yeah? Which conditions prevail?
By the time you become a
because
charter,
the law is a law. If you're saying 2 years,
the issue is if you become a charter, for you to marry and become a charter, you should be at that time. You should almost be at a level of, let's say, you have infrastructure that are so actually of a level of a public university. For example, you are supposed to have enough staff who are qualified. Let's say they have professors, the number of professors are also there that are required. You are supposed to, the laboratories are supposed to be well equipped to a level which is also, for example, we can compare to the level of Makerere University. You are supposed to have the land which is also enough in terms of the size of the land, and so on and so on. And in many cases, many of them do not have those kind of the condition. They don't need it at once. So
thank you.
Now,
thank you. Do we have any universities for now that have provisional licenses? Do you know any of the current universities that has the provisional license?
The current universities, now the numbers that I might not have the number of it, but we have so many who are on provisional license.
Now what you are going to do, you are going to give us a list of all the universities that have provisional licenses.
Chair, before he sits, I want to know what happened. You asked that question before. What happens to these students or the graduates in terms of their qualifications. So
you sit.
But also, Chair, he has mentioned one issue that the university must have chairperson. One of just a moment, he has just stated that one of the conditions for you to even become a charter, there must be a sizable land. But we have seen universities here who have even got charter, but they don't have land. They're on the streets, or the buildings on the streets of Kamocha, Kampala here. So where is the land? But they have got charters.
So, honorable colleagues, the PS has an emergency. The PS has an emergency, and none of this can stand in for her. So I request that you are going to come back with the projects and the information that we asked for. She has an emergency. Kindly allow. She has an emergency.
Madam
no one is going to respond.
Before she leaves.
No.
Chair, request she comes.
Very small.
You people, honorable colleagues, an emergency is an emergency.
But this one is also a small margin.
No.
Is there a law? Are there regulations governing operation of the universities?
We shall have it covered as we come back.
I don't want her to answer, but it's something I'm requesting she comes back with. Chair, this is something I'm requesting she comes back with. Chair, I'm requesting she comes back with this information. Chair, I want them to come back with I want them to bring us the full the specifications of the swimming pool at Teso College costing 3 billion. Because, Chair, ever since I came across this project of the 3 billion about the swimming pool, I really want to know the specifications, because we want to know the real details. I want to become an advocate for this school because
it has a good swimming pool.
It has a good swimming pool, so you want Ugandans to take their children to this school.
Honorable Choma, I need to have her leave. Please. Please, she has, no, you people.
Yes, Chair, just in 1 minute, I wanted her to let her know that when I was looking through her financials, there were some diversions. And these diversions are specifically done by the accounting officer, the final person on them. So can I just mention them in just 1 minute, because an emergency is an emergency.
Let's have those documented. We shall send it to them. Okay. Honorable Elijah,
yes,
please just forward the list to her.
Chair, one, there is advert run by the Ministry of Education requiring pensioners for verification, and they are asking them to go to the regional places, like for example, Eastern, they have to go to Mbale. How can someone from Kasilo, 200 kilometers, this is a pensioner, this is an old person, you are asking him or her to go for verification in Mbale, because that's the regional place you have stated. So please look into that and see how to help. Two, the documents you asked for. Please. I have here the list from which I laid to Parliament of the student loan beneficiaries, and I have also analyzed here which list gives a list per district, per district. It also has a population per district. So
he has come to pick them.
I will pass one to you, Chair. I will pass one to the ministry, but that unfairness should really stop.
Thank you. Madam PS, we thank you for appearing before this committee. Take note that as the head of human capital development as a program in this country, we are not doing well. You've seen the issues that have been raised, very pertinent. That's the very reason as to why we've not been able to hand education within, you've given you so many hours, but we couldn't conclude. We are going to schedule for another day. You will appear with a team that we shall have indicated according to the queries that you will have. We've left out the OPC project and the USP project. Those will be handled in the next interface. We want to thank you for appearing before the committee. Take serious the issues that have been raised. Also have this list. Say that you verify whether it's a true copy, but we also want your own. In case that is a true copy, certify it and have it submitted. Honorable colleagues, meeting is adjourned. I want to thank you. Honorable Mudimi, CEO of our sister. And no, where the man who wanted to go to State House has gone. He would have gone with her to State House. But Mudimi, I don't know whether you are familiar with the State House doors, but you can accompany the PS. Kabusu.